Bonsoir tout le monde. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the May 17th council meeting, regular council meeting. Bienvenue à la réunion du 17 mai 2021. I'll start off with roll call.
Mike Jernowski, present.
André Brisson, present.
Jamie Lauren here.
Cindy Sauce here.
Perfect. And our clerk, Madame Cameron Laflamme.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm here.
Perfect, thank you very much. Numéro 2 puis 3, la prière puis l'hymne national, on n'a pas durant le mode virtuel. Item 4, additions, deletions, or amendments. Anything to add for members of council? Nothing. Madame Cameron Laflamme, il n'y avait pas de changement du tout?
Nope, Mr. Mayor.
OK, merci. So I'll need item 5, adoption de l'ordre du jour, motion d'adopter l'ordre du jour tel que présenté, besoin d'un proposeur puis un appuyeur. Proposé, conseiller Brisson, appuyé, conseiller Ternowski. All in favor?
Mike Jernowski, oui.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sauce, yes.
Parfait, merci beaucoup. Item 6, disclosure of pecuniary interest. Hearing, seeing none. Item 7, adoption of the minutes of the regular council minutes of May 3rd, 2021. Motion to approve the following minutes as presented. I need a mover and a seconder to put it on the table. Moved by Conseiller Lorrain, seconded by Councillor Ternowski. Questions, comments?
Yeah.
Councillor Ternowski?
Yeah, I'm requesting that 18B be corrected. I was not in favor at the recorded vote for PR 03-2021.
OK. Madame Cameron Laflamme, on va faire changement là.
If that's the one, then it's not 18B. It would be 18A for the second motion, because 18B is the code of conduct.
Yeah,
Oh, I apologize. Yeah.
So that's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, parfait. Any other questions, comments on the minutes? Hearing none, so it will be a motion to approve the following minutes as amended. So we have a mover and a seconder. I'll call for the vote.
Mike Jernowski, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sauce, yes.
Perfect, it is carried. Item 8, présentation. Il n'y a pas. Délégation 9, il n'y a pas. Item 10, motion to that all items listed under consent items be received as presented. We have item A, minutes of the Russell Historical Society of April 19, 2021. Item B, minutes of the United Counties of Prescott Russell, March 23rd, 2021. And item C, pay list for April 2021. I will ask that we separate item A because I just want to clarify something at item A. So I need a mover and a seconder to put all three on the table. Moved by Councillor Ternowski, seconded by Conseiller Brisson. I'll move that we remove item A. I need a seconder to remove item A. Conseiller Lorrain, merci. All those in favor of removing item A?
Mike Jernowski, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
You're muted.
Yeah. Cindy, yes, sorry.
Perfect. So now we'll simply vote on items B and C, and we'll come back to A. So all those in favor?
Mike Jernowski, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy, yes.
Perfect, thank you. B and C have passed. Item A in regards to the Russell Historical Society, it was just for clarification, Madame Guittard, if you could confirm for me. There's comments made in the minutes that the eavesdrop on the repairs to the museum were not part of the original contract. My understanding was that it was part of the original contract. Can you clarify that, Madame Guittard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Good evening. Yes, definitely. They were part of the contract, the original tender. And in fact, they were purchased and installed. They're currently there right now.
Okay. Maybe we want to send a note to the Historical Society to make sure they have their information corrected in their own minutes. I think it's important to note that, you know, especially something like this where it's completely contrary to what's the actual position of the township and what we've actually done. So I'd like that to just send a note to the representative. Perhaps since we're on this subject, can you just give us a quick update where we are with the museum?
Yes, for sure. So the little porch on the back and the little ramp has been reinstalled as of last week. The cladding, the exterior cladding is completely done. The painting of the windows will be completed by next week. This week, the drywall work should be all completed also. So it's looking good for at the very most now 2 weeks, all work should be completed, and then we will proceed for the final inspection from the building department.
Okay, parfait. Merci beaucoup, Madame Guittard. It's been a long time coming. It'll be, I think everyone will be glad when all the works are complete.
Absolutely.
Any other questions on this, on the minutes from members of council? Councillor Saucier?
Just on that topic, is the door also planned on being painted, Madame Guittard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Yes, the door will be done separately. It was not part of the tender, so we will be doing that ourselves. It's
Okay.
it will fall under operational.
Okay, merci.
Parfait. Merci beaucoup. If there's no further questions, I'll call for the vote.
Mike Ternowski, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Saucier, yes.
Thank you very much. That is carried. At this point in time, we're moving along to item 19, which is the public consultations. And this is being brought forward to council because of a time restriction. We had a technical problem, or I should say Microsoft Teams directly had technical problems during our last planning meeting. So that's why these items are coming forward today. So item A is public consultation zoning bylaw amendment 926 Notre Dame Street in Embrun. Madame Tremblay.
Bonsoir, members of conseil. Good evening. Yeah, just like you've mentioned, and it's basically to those projects were time sensitive. So that's why instead of waiting to the next planning meeting that is only planned at the last Monday of the month, we've requested the permission to bring those fours in front of council. So I'll share my my screen for the presentation. And if someone could tell me when it's ready, I'll start.
It is available.
Perfect. So this is the zoning bylaw amendment for the property that is part 8 concession 7, part of lot 9, 10, 11, 10 and 11 on GB Lewis 1898, parts 1, 2 and 2 of Plan 50R 3321, part 1 of Plan 50R 1727. So is known as 926 rue Notre-Dame in Embrun. Cette réunion publique est une exigence de la loi sur l'aménagement du territoire et sert à recueillir les commentaires et les inquiétudes de la population en général vis-à-vis à la présente demande. Si une personne ou un organisme public ne présente pas de soumission orale lors d'une réunion publique ou ne présente pas de soumission écrite à la corporation du canton de Russell avant l'adoption du règlement municipal, la personne ou l'organisme public n'a pas le droit d'apporter en appel la décision du conseil de la corporation du canton de Russell devant le tribunal d'appel de l'aménagement local et la personne ou l'organisme public ne peut pas être ajouté en tant qu'une partie à l'audition d'un appel devant le tribunal d'appel de l'aménagement local, à moins qu'il n'existe, de l'avis de cette dernière, des motifs raisonnables de le faire. Donc, la demande, the background in this application, so the application was submitted for zoning bylaw amendment to change the zoning of the property from Village Core Exception 58 to Village Core Exception 58 with an Exception 2 in order to permit the temporary office trailer for the maximum period of 3 years. So as you can see, this is the subject property identified in blue. Donc, la roulotte telle que proposée sera proposée à l'avant d'un entrepôt existant utilisé pour l'entreposage de grains en ce moment. La taille de la remorque sera d'environ 768 pieds carrés. La roulotte du bureau ne sera pas attachée à un bâtiment existant et contiendra une toilette. La propriété en question contient de nombreux bâtiments, y compris des espaces de bureaux pour les bâtiments existants, pour les activités commerciales de la coopérative agricole d'Embrun, limitée sur une superficie approximative de 6,58 acres. Alors que la pandémie de COVID-19 continue d'être présente et de l'incertitude quant au moment où prendra fin, des espaces de bureaux supplémentaires pour le besoin administratif de la coop sont devenus essentiels pour la sécurité de tous les employés. The proposed temporary office trailer is intended to provide adequate administrative workspace to allow for employees to maintain and establish physical distancing between themselves as prescribed under the regulation of the province of Ontario. 3 new offices will be created for 3 employees. So as mentioned earlier, the property is zone VC58 and in floodplain as well in the zoning bylaw. Cette zone permet un bureau comme usage non résidentiel selon la section 6.1 du règlement. Conformément à l'article 3.53 du règlement de zonage sous la section 1, présentement, on permet des constructions temporaires, mais seulement autorisées pour une période de 2 ans et associées à des travaux, donc associées avec un permis de construction. Étant donné que la roulotte présentement est là pour une façon temporaire pour permettre des bureaux et non associés à une construction, c'est pour ça que la demande de changement de zonage est présentée devant le conseil ce soir. Si la modification au règlement de zonage est approuvée par le conseil, la roulotte sera assujettie à un permis de construction. So this is the same slide in English. So the next step, we have tonight the public meeting, and since we didn't receive any comments or concern, we are comfortable to present the report with the bylaw in front of council tonight for adoption.
Thank you very much, Madame Tremblay. Conseiller Lorrain?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure of this, Mr. Mayor, because we're having the public meeting here tonight for both this one and the next item, that there is a requirement of a question period or a comment period from the public.
Yes.
At the public hearing. So I guess that's a little bit of a change from our questions only. It's questions, concerns, or comments that can be heard, the oral submissions. So I just want to make sure that gets stated so that if people do have comments or concerns, that they can address them here right now in the Q&A section, so that they get submitted and heard at this point.
Yeah, so thank you, Conseiller Lorrain. Yeah, I was going to let Madame Tremblay speak to item A and B and then allow a question period for both items at that point in time before we get back to the regular agenda, because this is section 19 of public consultations and hearings. So yes, definitely there's a question period attached to that portion. Any questions, members of council, on the first item, item B or item A for Madame Tremblay? Looks pretty standard, makes sense. Okay. If there's nothing for the item A, let's go to item B, Madame Tremblay.
Yeah. So this is another zoning bylaw amendment for block 121, plan 50M 332, sorry, on a vacant lot on North Russell Road. I'll just read again the wording that is that comes with the public meeting, just to allow the public to know their rights about the appeals and the process for under the Planning Act. So this public meeting is a requirement of the Planning Act, and it's being held to provide an opportunity for the public to voice their comments and concern with regards to this proposed application. If the person or public body does not make oral submission at the public meeting or written submission to the Corporation of the Township of Russell before the bylaw is passed, the person or the public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of council of the Corporation of the Township of Russell to the local planning appeal tribunal, and may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal to the local planning appeal tribunal unless, in the opinion of the board, there's a reasonable ground to do so. The application submitted for the zoning bylaw amendment for this application is to change the zoning from property of the property from general commercial exception 5, C5 to general commercial exception in order to permit apartment dwelling on a separate building accessory to the commercial use, subject to the provision of the R3 zone. So this is the property in question that you can see on the slide. Identify it's north to 983 North Russell. Again, this is the property in question with the aerial photo. This is the subject property surrounding in red. The property was part of a subdivision application known as Sunset Flat. The draft plan of the subdivision approval, including the subject property, was granted in January 2018. The subject property was planned for commercial uses and permitted accessory dwelling units. An official plan amendment application was approved back in October 2007 for those property to change the township official plan designation from residential to commercial. A zoning bylaw amendment application to change the zoning of the property from R1 to general commercial was approved with exception limiting the permitted use. The proposed development is a mixed-use development project including 3-story mixed-use building with commercial uses on the main floor and apartment dwelling above and a separate 3-apartment dwelling. So we're talking about 2 buildings that are separate. The one that is facing Notre Dame, North Russell, which is closer, will have commercial unit at the bottom and apartment at the top of the commercial units. And the other building, as you can see in the presentation further along, it's a fully residential building. The request zoning amendment is required in order to permit the apartment dwelling in the building at the rear of the property without the need of a non-residential use within the same building. So this is the proposed site plan. So obviously this proposed site plan will have to go through the site plan process application. So tonight we're just here to discuss about the permitted use on site. So the proposed site plan, which is phase 1, which is the first building, which is closer to the bottom of the slide, is presented is a 3-story building with 20 apartment and 4 commercial units. And phase 2 is the property that is the further up of the slide. So it's the second building and it's a 3-story building with 35 units, residential only. This is the proposed elevation of the building containing the commercial unit at the bottom and then the residential at the top. This is the second building, which is at the back of the one proposed with the commercial units. This is the properties that are on the east side of Twilight, so backing on the property. And this is the at the bottom of the slide, you can see where is the 983 North Russell, which is a single detached dwelling. The street roof of the property of the west, so it's the school. So under the provincial policy statement, as you know, intensification should be permitted. A settlement area such as Russell should be the focus of growth. Land use pattern should create density in a mixed land which efficiently use of land and resources. And it's promote economic development and competitiveness, encouraging compact mixed-use development. So those are the guidelines under the provincial policy statement. This is the Township of Russell official plan designation. So the property, subject property is identified surrounding in black, and it's red. So as per the Township of official plan, the property red was identified as being commercial in the Township of Russell official plan. The objective promotes a range of commercial uses to serve the needs of residents, provide employment opportunity, and encourage commercial use within the established commercial area while protecting the viability of the village core. The commercial designation permits residential units at the rear or above non-residential use. So as per the Township of Russell official plan, the designation of the first building, if the first building was done at the back, then we wouldn't discuss this amendment today. It's basically because the second building doesn't contain any commercial units. So the property in question, as discussed earlier, is zone commercial with exception 5. The next slide here, when we have an exception to the zoning, it lists the type of uses that are permitted. So this is not the entire uses permitted list in the commercial, so that's why it's a 5. But as you can see, the range of commercial uses permitted on the property is pretty exhaustive. And as you can see, accessory dwelling units are permitted. So that means, again, the first building complies with the zoning and complies with the official plan. It's only the second building that doesn't comply with the zoning, because accessory dwelling units is defined as being a unit associated to a non-residential use. So this is the slide that explains exactly what I've just mentioned. So the definition of an accessory dwelling under the zoning bylaw is defined as which is part of an accessory to a permitted non-residential building other than an automobile station or commercial garage or a detached dwelling, which is accessory to a permitted non-residential use. The proposed dwelling in the building at the rear of the lot is not in the same building as a permitted non-residential use. The zoning bylaw amendment application is requested in order to permit the accessory units in the building at the rear of the property with non-residential use in the building. So since it's a part of a public meeting, it's important to mention that we did receive a letter of concern prior to the public meeting. This is part of the presentation and it's part of the report as well that members of council received. Their concern is basically expressing that they're opposed to this project. Basically, for the first reason is that the 35 units across the street would drastically increase the traffic coming through the area and pose significant safety concern for children who walk to and from schools. Allowing this to occur would give developer additional support to disturb school community in this area where need to keep traffic at a minimum. At Concession Street is already quite busy with drivers coming too fast down to the stretch of the road. We have a small daughter ourselves with greatly about the potential further increasing traffic in front of an already busy area. This proposed building back against and sit side by side to several private family homes. Privacy would be destroyed with the construction. No fence can provide privacy from 3-story of units filled with people. There are many other spots this type of development can go in the area, and it's not directly in front of the schools. The property in question for the development is small, and this development would jam way too many people in a small space when you consider the amount of parking infrastructure that would need to be provided for all of these and businesses. It would completely infringe and interfere with ease of use and enjoy our neighboring property. In light of the above, we ask to vote and to preserve our safety in the area for kids by voting no to this amendment. So again, the report is in front of council tonight for recommendation from the planning staff and for adoption for council for the amendment that is being proposed.
Thank you very much, Madame Tremblay. Do we have questions from members of council on this, Councillor Saucier?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I saw the sign. So is where the sign is that where this apartment building is planning on going, right in between two kind of rural homes? Like there's a big sign posted. So is that the spot where the apartment building is going?
Madame Tremblay?
Yes, correct. So where the sign is, that's where the property, that's the subject property.
Because there's presently a house on that property. At that site, you said it was vacant, but there is a house there right now.
Madame Tremblay?
So there's 2 houses. I didn't mention the property to the north is vacant. Okay. So this property there's 2 houses on it at the moment.
And I do understand the letter's concern, you know, across from a school right there. Like, what about parking? Like I think I read one of the buildings was planning underground parking. But for that many units, you need quite a bit of street parking then.
Madame Tremblay.
So as per the site plan control, the applicant will have to submit the required parking number that is required under a zoning bylaw. So right now for commercial use, it depends on the type of use that is permitted on site. So it's a ratio that we allow, depending on the type of commercial uses. But for residential, it's 1 parking space per unit. Plus we have for visitor parking, plus we have accessibility parking. So as part of the site plan, that's what we're going to review to make sure that based on the number of units provided on site and based on the uses that are permitted in the buildings, that it's going to meet the required parking. And yes, you're correct that there's parking on the ground for both buildings.
For both?
Yeah.
And there was one other question I had. What was it? Go ahead, come back. It'll come to me. Go ahead.
Do we have questions from other members of council? Conseiller Lorrain?
Yeah, so the only question I have is, do we know, has the proponent give us any indication as to why they are not choosing to do commercial at the bottom of both buildings? I just hate giving up commercial designation on a property that we have so little commercial in Russell Village. So I'm just trying to understand why, you know, if he gave us any indication at all as to why he wouldn't want to do the commercial at the bottom of both. And then he wouldn't have to be here for this, right?
Madame Tremblay?
Yeah, so the main concern is the
Visibility?
The main concern is basically they have a hard time to find tenant with commercial. And the second one is that the building is completely hidden by the first building. So the second one, you have zero visibility for those commercial units on North Russell Road. So those are the main 2 concerns that was expressed by the builder, and that's why they decided instead of having vacant commercial unit at the second on the second building to proceed with the amendment.
And another one, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the property is currently zoned R3, correct? Or is it it's zoned what, R?
Commercial?
So it's
commercial.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's zone commercial at the moment, so general commercial with exception.
Okay. And that allows them to go the 3 stories? Or is that part of this as well?
Madame Tremblay?
Yeah, it does allow them to go to 3-story. It allows them to go to 5-story if they wishes to go 5-story, but yeah, the height is not part of the amendment.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, you know, that we all understand what is being asked here tonight, and it's zoning. Sorry, it's a zoning amendment, right? So things that are dealt with at site plan are different. And I, you know, understand that there are concerns, but that we need to make sure that, you know, we're looking at it from a zoning perspective as well.
Okay.
So
thank you very much, Conseiller Lorrain. Councillor Saucier?
Yeah, I remembered my question. So how many commercial businesses are we looking at in that building?
Madame Tremblay?
It's 4 commercial units.
4? So, and again, they'll need parking for the businesses too, right? On top of the apartments, right?
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other further questions? Conseiller Lorrain?
sorry, I'll just ask one more. So traffic, we talk about traffic flow, and obviously this wasn't when the original plan was put forth. Was it taken into account for this type of build out, or was it taken into account for a smaller build out? I just want to make sure the traffic counts were accurate for this type of a building.
Madame Tremblay?
So you're correct, Mr. Lorrain. The traffic count when this was done was not into consideration for that many units on that property. So that's why, as part of the site plan pre-consultation and as part of the site plan, in order for the application to be considered complete, the applicant needs to provide a traffic study that would address that many unit on site with the surrounding properties as well. So he has to review and incorporate his proposed number of units into the traffic study that was provided by the builder, and as well the one that was done as part of the Township of Russell, in order to consider the type of entrance and how many units he's going to bring on site, make sure that it fits into the overall site for schools as well for the subdivision at the back.
Does that take into account, Madame Tremblay, the possibility of having to put some kind of pedestrian crosswalk or lighted system? Would that be part of the transit analysis or the traffic study for that portion?
I'm not gonna, I think Monsieur Bourgon could answer that question because it was discussed at the review team, but yeah, I don't know if Monsieur Bourgon wants to add information about that.
Okay, thank you. Monsieur Bourgon, anything to add?
Well, no, Mr. Mayor, there's already two crossing at that location, and to identify that specific development would create enough pedestrian traffic or to implement those type of crossing with lights would I would say it's not enough. It would not have an impact only based on that small development. Right,
and we don't know realistically how many children will be living there, right? You know, the crosswalk is to get to school, but if there's, you know, just seniors living in the building, for example, well, there's not going to be an increase in necessarily in traffic, but that's hard to determine. So it'll be envisioned with how it impacts with the overall project that's already there.
Yeah, and in part of their traffic study for the site, they need to consider the two existing crossing for the schools.
Okay, so we might see some improvements there. Okay, merci beaucoup, Monsieur Bourgon. Conseiller Lorrain?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Madame Tremblay will, because there's many different aspects to this area in terms of future growth in that area, will they all be taken into account, and can they all work together here to get a traffic study done that incorporates all of their projects rather than each one doing them individually? I think it's a way to make sure that everyone is taking everything into account. And I know there's nothing has come to planning or to council yet, but if there is anything in the works that maybe they work together on some sort of a traffic study to make sure that everything is taken into account. Is that possible, or will they all have to do their own?
Madame Tremblay, Monsieur Bourgon, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'll just start, and I know that Mr. Bourgon's going to add afterwards, but it's important for each development to have one. So we have the general one, and Mr. Bourgon will discuss about this, but it's important because once we know exactly for this one, for example, is the perfect example. Once we know the number of units and what type of development is proposed, the proponent needs to submit a traffic study on their own to make sure that the entrance and exit from that site, based on the number of units proposed, is according to the overall traffic study. And then Mr. Bourgon is going to add to the other component of the question.
Allez-y, Monsieur Bourgon.
Merci. Donc, in 2018, the staff did complete an overall traffic study that was presented to council to look at all major intersections, to see how all those development at the full build out and when those upgrades will be required. So that's done. So now the smaller development can use or can build on our existing master study for all the intersection in Embrun and Russell.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Madame Tremblay, Monsieur Bourgon. Any other questions, members of council? Anything to add from a staff's perspective? Okay, I'll just open it up. We do have one question in regards to item B. Mr. Andrew Amisson, 334 Twilight. For the proposed 35-unit, 3-story building, will it be renters only living there? Madame Tremblay, I'm not sure if we have indications from the developer if they plan apartments or condos, but legally in the provincial policy statement, does the municipality have a right to specifically state whether it's renters or purchasers? Because even if somebody purchased a condo, they could always turn around as an investment and rent it. Is that correct?
You're correct, Mr. Mayor. It's a land use, so for us that it's rented or condo, the land use is still the same. It's apartments, so we don't have any right to control if it's rented, or even if they decide to have a target of 50 and older, we don't control that. It's the type of land use that we're dealing with.
Right, based on the provincial policy statements, which governs the rules in planning. So, okay, perfect. So we will be voting on these later on when we approve all the resolutions. So if somebody didn't have an opportunity to ask a question, I see another one came up, but it will be addressed in the question period as well. But we'll just, I have another question that just popped up. Mr. Armstrong, 85 Castable Street under item 19B. The satellite photo shows a pathway from Twilight Avenue immediately east of the property. Will this path remain in the proposed use? Will the pathway conflict with the proposed residential use? In addition, is this zoning amendment allowing the maximum of 5 stories or limiting the development to 3 stories? So if I remember Conseil Laire's question in your answer, Madame Tremblay, technically right now it can go up to 5 if they so choose. With the current zoning as is, and this is not limiting the height in any way, this decision this evening, right? Can you just comment on the path? I don't have the picture in front of me.
Yes, so Mr. Armstrong is correct. There is a path leading from the subdivision to the site, and it was requested for the applicant to integrate the path into the proposal. As part of the site plan, this is a comment that was made by staff to make sure that this link is doing its own purpose of linking from the subdivision to the main street.
Okay, and that'll be addressed at site plan. Conseiller Larin?
Yeah, I just wanted to stick. I think Mr. Armstrong is, probably talking the same thing about when we had on Gamble, where there was a limitation to the height. I think the difference here is I think one of the differences is the developer has actually provided elevations of what he plans to put on in terms of a draft, and they've only gone up to 3 stories. So at this point, I don't think there's any reason that we need to limit it because he's already provided those to us. So I think that's the way he's leaning at this point in time, and given no indication that he wants to go to a 5-story complex. Is that accurate?
Madame Tremblay?
Yeah, and the size of the property as well would limit him for the type of the number of units total, because they need to have room for parking as well. So I think that's the maxed out of what's permitted on site for space wise.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. If there's no further questions, we'll move on to the next item. The next item on the agenda is section 11, rapport des départements et comités du conseil. Item 1, demande la retrait de l'application du contrôle des parties de l'eau. Reportez-vous au règlement à l'article numéro 16, numéro 1, 205, 207, 209, 211 rue Moisson en Brun. Item 2, 725, 726 rue Azur. C'est écrit à Brun, mais c'est vraiment à Russell. Y a-t-il des questions, commentaires? Questions, comments on that one? Hearing none, this is pretty standard stuff. Anything to add, Madame Tremblay?
Through Mr. Mayor again, I just want to mention that the mistake was corrected and the bylaw will be appropriate to the number, the street name. So it was corrected in the bylaw. Perfect.
Thank you very much, Madame Tremblay. Item B, temporary zoning bylaw amendment report PD 22-2021. This is the item that we just discussed for the public meeting, submitted by Guillaume Pasquier as the authorized agent for the owner, La Coopérative Agricole d'Embrun Limitée, and known as 926 Notre-Dame Street in Embrun. Council receives report PD 22-2021, dated May 17, 2021, and approves the zoning bylaw amendment to bylaw number 2018-094 for the subject property for the following. 1, to amend the zoning from Village Core Exception 58, VC 58, to Village Core Exception 58, Temporary Exemption 5, VC 58T2, in order to permit a temporary office trailer for a maximum period of 3 years. Questions on that? Seeing none, we just discussed it. Item C, demande de modification au règlement de zonage rapport PD 28-2021. Demande présentée par Éric Brisson en tant que président d'OCS Holding Group Inc., agissant à titre d'agent autorisé du propriétaire de la propriété Russell Reformed Presbyterian Church pour la propriété connue sous le 975-979 chemin Nord Russell à Russell. Que le Conseil reçoit le rapport PD 28-2021 daté du 17 mai 2021 et approuve la modification du règlement de zonage au règlement numéro 2018-94 pour la propriété en question pour ce qui suit. 1. Modifier le zonage de zone commerciale générale exception 5 C5 à zone commerciale générale exception 4 C4 afin de permettre des appartements dans un bâtiment séparé accessoire à un usage commercial sous réserve de disposition de la zone résidentielle 3R3. We just discussed this. Any further questions, members of council, on this one? Seeing none, nothing to add, Madame Tremblay. We'll move on to the next item. Item D, County Municipal Roads Transfer Funds Report FS 16 2021. That council receives report FS 16 2021 dated May 17 2021 and approves a bylaw to authorize the mayor and the CAO to sign the agreement being Schedule A of the bylaw for municipal roads transfer funds between the corporation, the United Counties of Prescott and Russell, and the corporation of the Township of Russell. And that council further approves using the $387,927.25 funding available in 2021 from the UCPR to finance paving and resurfacing streets of projects identified in the report. Questions, comments, members of council? This is something we've been seeing for the last few years. Conseiller Larin?
Yeah, just a quick question for Mr. Bourgon. Just a reminder, can you remind me what 2 sections of Route 200 are being done with this?
Thank you, Conseiller Larin. Monsieur Bourgon?
Merci, Monsieur Maire. So we're doing from Hamilton to North Russell. And I don't want to make a mistake here. And from Eddy Road to the unopened road allowance. So heading 1.5 kilometer heading east towards St. Guillaume. Those are and I believe we're also doing from North Russell to ED as well, but that one I could be mistaken from last year.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Other questions, comments, members of council? Pretty standard stuff. Monsieur Godin, anything to add?
Non, merci, Monsieur Maire.
Parfait, merci beaucoup. We'll move on to the next item, item E. Rapport sur les applications d'octroi 20, pas 2012, mais 2021, Q1, rapport FS 17 2021. Que le Conseil reçoit le rapport FS 17 2021 daté du 17 mai 2021 pour information seulement. Questions, membres du Conseil? Questions, members of council? Seeing, hearing none. Anything to add, Monsieur Godin?
Non, merci.
Parfait. We'll go on to the next item. Item F, summary of purchases awarded over $25,000. Report FS 18 2021. The council receives report FS 18 2021 dated May 17 2021 for information purposes. Questions, comments, members of council? Hearing, seeing none. Anything to add, Monsieur Godet?
Non, merci, Monsieur Maire.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to the next item. Item G, rapport financier 2021, Q1, janvier à mars, rapport FS 19 2021. Que le Conseil reçoit le rapport FS 19 2021 daté du 17 mai 2021 et accuse réception du premier rapport financier de 2021 pour la période de janvier à mars 2021. Questions, commentaires, membres du Conseil? Conseiller Tarnowski?
I've got 2 questions, Mr. Mayor. So under expenses for protection des personnes et biens, it's tracking at about 12% higher than this time last year. Are there any concerns around budget amounts for this particular department at this stage, like for the year?
Thank you, Councillor Tarnowski. Monsieur Godin?
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. Councillor Tarnowski. So no, at this point in time, there's no concerns. We do notice a few variances, which is kind of typical in the first quarter, due to the fact that some expenses are more heavy on the back end of the year. At this point in time, we still do go a bit of not the whole line by line, but we do look at the major variances, and we haven't noticed anything of concern.
Okay, so and on my follow-up question, then I would ask the same question for the planning and development department. We're at about 42% of the approved budget for the year already, so much faster spend rate than last year. So just checking here if there's any surprises waiting for us down the road.
Monsieur Godin? Same answer?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So basically, it's the same answer in the sense that there's no concerns. When you look at the departmental budgets, what we're seeing here is the net, so the income minus the expenses. So it does happen when sometimes expenses come in before the income, or vice versa. So you will see some certain variances like that.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Any further questions? Anything else to add? Hearing none, we will move on to the next item. That was report G. Report H. Pop-up patio program and community parklets program report EcoDev 03-2021. That council receives a report EcoDev 03-2021 dated May 17, 2021. And that council mandates the administration to proceed with an amendment to the zoning bylaw in order to for the programs recommended in this report to be permitted. And that council mandates the administration to proceed with the implementation of this pilot project by purchasing 2 parklets from Expert Tech in the amount of $15,000 each for a total of approximately $30,528, including the 1.76% of non-refundable HST, and allows the installation of the parklets in the 2 proposed locations in this report, and that the capital budget amendment presented in Appendix 3 be approved. So this item will separate, and we'll have a separate vote on that one. Questions, or Madame Tremblay, did you want to start with this one?
Yes, thank you. If I have the chance just to go over the important information. So I just want to mention that, yes, we're talking about parklet and the purchase of parklet. But as well as part of this report, I just want to mention to members of council that we do have the pop-up patio program that is still ongoing. So as you know, back in 2020, because of the pandemic, we had the program that was offered to businesses to have a patio that was not maybe meeting their setbacks and the requirements of the zoning bylaw, but because of the state of emergency that was declared, we've allowed it to proceed in that fashion. And basically, we are continuing that program. And the first part of the recommendation for the report is to amend the bylaw of the zoning bylaw to keep this program alive after the state of emergency. So basically, this is our 2 different programs. This one is for the pop-up patio program. So the good news is, because of COVID, the positive of it is that we're going to allow this program to continue even after the state of emergency. Basically, the second part of the report was the community parklet program. This is a pilot project that we want to start off. So as you can see in the Appendix 1 of the report, we've did some research, and there's a lot of community that in order to make sure that their main street is attracting businesses and making sure that the businesses are allowed to keep going because of the pandemic. And in Saint-Sauveur, for example, there's a lot of those parklets that are installed along the main street. We are proposing to have a pilot project. So for that pilot project, we would purchase 2 parklets. One would be installed in Embrun and one would be installed in Russell. We are asking members of council to allow the purchase. The builder in this case, if we could go back to one of the slides below, you could see we inquired some businesses that are already proposing those again, please, in the presentation. There's prices from businesses that we asked for to compare, and it was Madame Guittard that suggested that we approach Expertec, which is a business in the 417 Industrial Park, to see and inquire if they would be willing to do those type of installation, and they submitted a price which is a lot lower than the other businesses that we inquired the price for. So that's why we're recommending to council to purchase those from Expertec. As per the location that are proposed in the presentation and the report, those locations are not set in stone. I know it's in part of the recommendation, but we wanted to present this to council to see what would be the location that they would prefer. So basically, if council decide to put those parklets somewhere else, obviously the intention is to put them on public street, public owned properties, in order to start the pilot project. And the event that this project would be successful for this year, then it would be offered to businesses to purchase those parklets, and the purchase would be done through the municipality, because if we order more, then the price is cheaper, and the business would be responsible to pay for the parklet and as well installation and store it during the winter. For the parklet that we're proposing, Public Works, Monsieur Bourgon and his team offered to get the installation ready and store them in the winter, and obviously les défaire durant l'hiver. Donc, Monsieur Bourgon et son équipe ont proposé de le faire. Et aussi, on a travaillé avec Madame Guittard pour justement discuter des endroits qui seraient possibles, et aussi utiliser l'équipe de loisirs pour l'entretien. On aimerait ça développer un partenariat avec des associations d'Embrun et de Russell pour mettre des fleurs, donc embellir les parquettes. Puis aussi avoir un partenariat avec un groupe de gens pour faire des dessins, faire des murales sur les parklets. Donc, c'est vraiment quelque chose qui est basé sur la communauté. On veut l'implication. On veut que les gens sortent de la maison et qu'ils utilisent ces endroits-là. Donc, je pense que c'est un beau programme qu'on essaie de mettre en place. Il faut juste maintenant avoir des discussions au niveau des endroits que les membres du conseil voudraient proposer pour qu'on puisse avoir ce projet pilote cette année. Donc, si on procède avec la recommandation telle qu'indiquée dans le conseil, le temps de fabrication est à peu près 5 semaines, donc on serait capable d'installer ces 2 parquets-là pour cet été, puis voir, comme on mentionne, le succès, puis si ça fonctionne, l'année prochaine, les entreprises pourront en installer devant leur entreprise et laisser les gens profiter de ces endroits-là.
Parfait. Merci beaucoup, Madame Tremblay. Questions, commentaires, membres du conseil, Councillor Saucier and then Councillor Tarnowski.
Hey, merci. I love the idea. My one concern is with COVID right now is having something where people are sitting together. I guess that's my first concern. And the other one is I'm not in favor of it being in McDougall Park. And my reasoning for that is that there's lots of shade there. It's not near businesses. Like, I love the idea where you say, like, say they came out of Pronto and they had ice cream and they're looking for somewhere to sit. And so I was thinking Duncanville Park down by the river, or also, I don't know what's going on with that corner, but Concession and Castor, that car place seems to be closed, and I thought that might be enhancing that corner, might be something nice to have something like that there. People come out of Pronto or whatever. I know the horticultural president isn't really in favor of having it in Duncanville Park either. They still maintain that park along with Beyond the House. And, you know, it's got the historical bridge and the cairn, and it's just, I think it should be sort of left natural instead of having that there. That's just, you know, a few of my ideas.
Thank you very much, Councillor Saucier. So just to confirm, Madame Tremblay, when we're talking at Duncanville Park, we're still talking about road access in front of, like, we're not talking about sticking this in the park itself, right? we're talking this are in the parking lot. Is that where we're talking about? In the parking lot itself, not at the park that's by the water. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Councillor Tarnowski?
So I got a few questions. So just to be clear, based on what Madame Tremblay said at first, we are dealing with two separate items here. We are, on one side, we're recommending the continuation of the pop-up patio program. And then on one side, you want us to approve this pilot project. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Two separate items. Okay. So when we end up voting for this, could we separate those? So that because I definitely want to support the pop-up patio. I'm not sure about the other one yet. The other thing I wanted to, a couple of other questions I have for the parklets, the way I see them, what would be the cost per seat if we look at the configurations that are there? And why wouldn't I just go with park benches if I'm going to be putting this in parks? Wouldn't it be a lot more cost efficient? I understand the parklet concept, and I would love to see them like put on a main street, because I think that's the intent of this, in front of a business or something. I'm just not sure about the logic of putting them in parks.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Tarnowski. Madame Tremblay?
Yes, you're correct, and that's the intent. Right now, the difficulty that we're having is that we didn't want to favor one business over the other one, so we just wanted to get the parklet out there so that the businesses could see what it looks like. We could go with just the one in Embrun. It's just a question of not favoring. So we had many discussions, as you can see in the report. There was many sites that were discussed. For example, we talked about having it in the parking lot of the Foodland, where you have the Tim Hortons, you have Foodland, you have the chip stand, you have like people waiting for their cars to be at the Duke's Garage. There's a lot more businesses over at that location, but then again, we didn't want to favor one business if the township was paying, so that's why we were kind of suggesting location where the township owns the property so that businesses could see. That's where it's a pilot project, and then if businesses wanted to have that in front of their property, then they would make the request for next year. So that's where we're coming from. Obviously, we want to see those in the road allowance. That's the main purpose of the program. But at this time, we've suggested as well the arena, the parking of the arena. It could be, there's a lot of location, and that's why we wanted to have the discussion to see, first of all, if we agree with the program, then we would find a location where everybody thinks that it's suitable. But at this point, it's hard to find a place where we would not favor. And we also discussed the garage at the location, but it's privately owned. If council is in favor of that location, I don't have any problem, but the administration was not comfortable of making that decision, approaching one business owner compared to other ones before we have a consensus on where the location would be favorable for the program.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madame Tremblay. We have other members of council that have questions as well, so we'll go to Conseil Brisson, Conseil Lorrain, and then we'll go back to Councillor Saucier and Councillor Tarnowski.
Yeah, just to mention that we'll have to vote it for two different things. As Conseiller Tarnowski did mention, for the pop-up, I'm 100%. I really don't understand that view of, how we call it?
Parklets? Yeah.
Because like at the one in Embrun where you wanted to put it, it's where it was voted that there's supposed to be a patio installed this year, and just make sure to have some picnic table there. It will be, I think, even looking better than this. My other comment or question is, if it's something for, you don't want to favorize any businesses, but why are we paying for it? If there's some businesses that want to have it to promote their place with this, I have no problem, but why paying for this for us? Especially those two places, I cannot be for, because it's with the railings and everything. That's my point of view.
Okay, thank you very much. So just for clarification, the motion is one motion. However, amendments can be done and it can be divided into to separate it. And you just have to make that request when we vote on it. Madame Tremblay.
Yeah, I just want to point out that the pop-up patio program is still, so you don't have to vote separately in it because it's still in effect because we're still in a state of an emergency. So we don't have to vote for it at the moment because it's still ongoing. So the recommendation is saying that we amend the zoning bylaw to allow it once the state of emergency is done. But technically it was just an information saying that it keeps going because of the state of emergency still applying.
Yeah, I think for clarification, I think that portion, I think council will be fine with. So we'll most likely make an amendment and that will, whether we do it now or we do it after the state of emergency, I think we might as well just do it now. We're dealing with now. Conseiller Lorrain, comments, questions?
Yeah, I have a few. So the first one is, in terms of the pop-up patios, even if the the stay-at-home order or whatever all goes away, I think it would be good to continue it through the whole season. So I don't know how that works, but I mean they've been hit hard over the last year and a half. So to have them spend the money to put it up now and then to have to take it down in a month would make no sense. So I'm assuming this will allow them to have it up for the whole season and take it down when the time comes in the fall or in winter time or whatever the timing was last year. So I assume that that's the case. And then the second piece is I'll probably make a simple amendment to this and just, I don't know if I'm okay. I'm not okay with the two locations. So, but I do think the concept is intriguing to put them up at some, whether they be in a park or in another location that we own. So, I'm in favor of the purchase of the two items, but then I would want it to come back to council to, get a different report showing all the different possibilities and then make a decision on the location. So I would be in favor of taking that little section out because I'm not in favor of the locations at this point, but I would like to get started on having those purchased and then built and whatever it takes to come in. So I like the concept. I think it's a great concept.
Okay, thank you very much, Conseiller Lorrain. And then it went back to Councillor Saucier and then Councillor Ternosky and then Conseiller Brisson.
Merci, Monsieur Mayor. Yeah, again, I'm coming back to the COVID issue. Like, for instance, having that parklet at Experience, I mean, they've got all their tables roped off. Like, they don't even allow people to sit outside. So I'm just wondering, like, how do we get around this? I'm the same as Councillor Laurent. I like the concept, but, just we're in a state of emergency now till June 2nd. Who knows, it could be extended, and we really shouldn't be encouraging people to sit together like that, I don't think, at this year. So I just don't know what this summer looks like. So I think it's something we have to think about.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Saucier. Just to confirm, right now it's roped off at Euphoria because of the stay-at-home order. Once the stay-at-home order is lifted, then people will get back to socializing or going out a little bit more. It's still up to individuals to follow the rules prescribed by the health unit and the province in regards to social distancing. But yeah, it is definitely a concern. Councillor Ternosky? You're muted, Councillor Ternosky.
Has to happen once, sorry. So I would agree with Councillor Saucier. Like, for me, it's to put these up this year, it's really kind of, where we're supposed to be discouraging people getting together at this stage and probably through most of the summer. It's probably not ideal timing. I wouldn't mind exploring this down the road, but I probably won't be in favor of it for this particular summer. And I'm still not entirely convinced that the value is there unless we do put them on main streets and they're available for businesses to rent for the season in front of their property. and that they're allowed to use them. I see that as a benefit, but I just don't see, and I think that would look awesome and everything else as long as they're safe on a main road like Notre Dame or something like that. But I'm just not sure I can connect with it at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Madame Tremblay?
I just want to mention about the time and the COVID that basically it takes 5 weeks to get the construction done, and it's going to take a while. So we obviously we don't know what's going to happen in 5 weeks, but at the same time, it's when patio are going to reopen, people are going to be able to sit on the parklets as well, right? If you go as a family to go at Euphoria, you could sit as a family in the parklet as well. So it's not, and I understand the concern, but at the same time, this is a program to help our businesses that are struggling for the last year and a half. And I think it's a beautiful program that works everywhere else in many municipalities. Maybe we failed to show the bonus of this happening, but this is promoting, and we've been to a lot of information session that says that businesses are kind of hoping that this is coming back every year because of COVID. This is where people are allowed to be outside sitting, and it's the same as with a patio would offer, right? So there's many businesses in Emblem that don't have room in their space on their lot to have a patio, and this would be beneficial for those companies that would favor, and Foodland, for example, where people there's table inside, but they can't eat outside. I think COVID is helping us promoting those type of installation to be outside and not be inside because it's closed inside. So I apologize if we didn't prove our point, but this is something, if it's put at the right place, could work. And I think it's the point here is to make those purchases for the first two and make the businesses know that program is existing, and then move forward. And next year, those businesses would be entitled to purchase it because they would see that it would work.
Thank you, Madame Tremblay. Conseiller Brisson?
Yeah, just to be clear, for the size of it, for the, comme pour la largeur, it's only about 8 foot the size of a parking lot, of a parking lane.
Madame
And
Tremblay?
how many people can sit on those parklets?
Le design n'est pas finalisé au complet, donc les bancs et des choses comme ça, c'est quelque chose qu'on peut travailler avec, mais c'est à peu près 8 à 10 personnes maximum.
C'est quoi la grandeur comme c'est là pour ce prix-là, là, comme à 15 000 $? Parce qu'à 15 000 $, c'est juste la plateforme, mais que d'après que je peux voir, justement, qui est d'habitude surlevé parce que c'est pour être mis égal au trottoir. Parce que techniquement, ces parkets-là que je vois partout dans les choses, c'est d'où qu'il y a une rue est très large, en avant d'un commerce comme un restaurant ou une petite chose comme ça, qui peuvent mettre ça comme dans la chose du stationnement, comme dans le bord du chemin. Mais c'est quoi les largeurs?
Madame Tremblay?
Je me souviens, je m'excuse, Monsieur le maire, donc je vais les trouver, là, je vais pouvoir peut-être revenir avec le GZ quelque part, mais je ne les ai pas dans le rapport. Mais c'est comme avec le pop-up patio program, ce qu'on avait mis sur place, c'est que les gens, les entreprises pouvaient mettre les pop-up patio programs dans leur stationnement. Donc, c'est pas obligé d'être dans une rue ou une emprise de rue, ça peut être dans le stationnement. On a vu que ça fonctionnait, fait qu'au lieu d'avoir des tables par terre dans une case de stationnement, les entrepreneurs ou les commerces pourraient avoir ces installations-là pour que les gens puissent s'asseoir puis profiter de l'été. Donc, je peux vous revenir avec les dimensions, là, mais je ne les ai pas devant moi, je m'excuse.
OK, merci
pour le prix pour le prix que vous avez mentionné, il n'y a aucun accessoire avec, c'est juste la plateforme.
Non, ça vient avec les accessoires, avec les bancs, puis...
OK, juste pour clarifier, parce que la première photo, il y a les bancs, ça démontre beaucoup plus cher. ABC, c'est spécifiquement, ça dit aucun meuble, mais la photo dans le milieu de Tech, il ne montrait pas des meubles. C'est confirmé qu'il y a des meubles avec ça.
Non, je m'excuse, Expertech, il n'y a pas de meubles. C'est ceux qui étaient à 77 000 qui avaient des meubles qui venaient avec. Donc, c'est nous qui peut choisir vraiment le mobilier qu'on veut avoir.
OK. So, il y a des coûts additionnels.
C'est ça.
Ben, comme il a dit, moi, je suis avec conseiller Tarnowski puis Saucier, que je vois pas ça, l'utilité comme c'est là cette année, surtout. S'il y a des commerces qui nous approchent, peut-être, mais puis comme, en tout cas, c'est ma position. Là, que...
Merci. D'autres questions, commentaires? Okay, you answered my first question in regards to the furniture, so it's not included. In regards to, I think it's an interesting concept. I don't agree with the locations. I think there is some work to be done for that. I think that, you know, if we have two available, you know, and yes, it would be in front of a business that we would most likely choose. And yes, people might be upset it's not in front of their business, but that doesn't prevent us from using these two and rotating those every year. So for example, we put it in front of business A this year, and next year we go to business B. If business A was very much a success for them, then they could come back and say, well, I want to get in on this program and I'm going to buy one through the municipality. So I think this would be a tool that, as Madame Tremblay said, would allow us to promote this type of project and get businesses involved. So it'd almost be like the first year is a trial year. In regards to where is COVID going, we don't know. But this is something that has the potential to help the community and the businesses. Whether we want to do it this year or look at it for next year, that's up to council, but that's my my thoughts on the matter. I've already said that this one will be separate, so we'll be able to have further discussion on that one. We'll move on to the next item. Item E, achat de bacs de recyclage, rapport ISPW 13-2021. Que le conseil reçoit le rapport ISPW 13-2021, daté du 17 mai 2021, et autorise l'administration à coordonner un achat en vrac de bacs à recyclage à un taux réduit afin de les vendre aux résidents à ce même prix d'achat, et que le conseil approuve l'introduction d'une nouvelle section à l'annexe A6 du règlement 2020-130 de frais d'utilisateur tel que proposé dans l'annexe 1. Question, commentaire. Conseiller Brisson.
Oui, moi, le seul commentaire j'aurais, c'est que si même ça serait bon que les bacs de recyclage, surtout le bleu, parce que c'est pour les canettes d'aluminium, soient plus gros et avec des couverts, parce que comme c'est là, j'ai eu concern que justement, il y a des producteurs qu'à cause qu'il n'y a plus les sacs, puis que ça se faisait avant, les canettes d'aluminium revolent dans les champs de foin, puis quand c'est choppé, que ça peut maganer les vaches, même en faire mourir. Ça fait que s'il y aurait un programme, parce que je sais qu'il y a eu la demande, puis j'étais pour le proposer au conseil, au comité d'environnement, c'est que les bacs bleus viennent avec un peu plus gros puis avec un couvert pour protéger, surtout pour la campagne, là, mais un peu partout, que ce soit des bacs avec des couverts.
OK. So, Monsieur Bourgon, si tu peux confirmer, dans le rapport, ça dit que c'est des bins à 125 litres avec des roues puis un couvert, c'est ça?
Merci, M. le maire. Donc, effectivement, là, les conteneurs qu'on garde à acheter pour les résidents à prix réduit sont 125 litres. Donc, il y a le maximum de grosseur de contenant qu'on peut aller sur notre contrat. Puis, effectivement, un couvert avec des roues.
Oui.
C'est vraiment ce type-là. C'est les commentaires qu'on a reçus au courant du mois de mars, début avril, et lors de la réunion du conseil, quand on a implémenté le changement de pas de plus avoir des sacs de plastique. Donc, effectivement, là, ces contenants-là qui vont être disponibles au public rencontrent tous ces critères-là.
OK. Merci beaucoup, M. Bourgon. C'est exactement ce que tu cherches, conseiller Brisson. D'autres questions, commentaires, membres du conseil? Parfait. Merci beaucoup, M. Bourgon. We'll go on to the next item, item J, which is the Heritage Conservation District Plan and Guidelines for part of Russell Village, Report PD 27A 2021. That council receives report PD 27A 2021 dated May 17, 2021, and that council adopts the Heritage Conservation District Plan and Guidelines, and that council approves that the implementation will begin only after the appeal period has passed, if there are no appeals, or once all appeals have been resolved and the Heritage Conservation District has been registered with the Ontario Heritage Trust. The council mandates the administration to proceed with the preparation of a CIP program for the Heritage District of the Village of Russell and report back to council for adoption. So we'll separate this item. That'll be the first thing. And we'll have further discussion and a separate vote on that one. I'll ask Madame Tremblay if you could go over your report and the changes that were submitted.
Yes, and I would just like to start by saying that I'm super proud that we got to this point. So I appreciate council's authorization to firstly proceed with this project, and I think it was well documented and well done all the way, and I'm super proud of what we're presenting tonight, because I think that this is a good proof of partnership that we had with the resident and as well with the planning department and the township staff as well. What we're presenting is a good example that we did consider comments from the residents. As you can see, there was many comments, and most of them and a lot of them were answered in the document that is presented tonight. Basically, as mentioned, I'm just going to go over the changes that were included in the report. This is the same report that was presented for the second reading, but we added some information based on the comments and some preoccupation that were raised from residents and from members of council as well, just to make sure that everybody's on the same page. So at the March 1st meeting, council meeting, council mandated the administration to send a final notice to give residents a chance to offer additional comments regarding the specific section of the proposed plan. The final notice was posted by regular mail on March 6th and sent to all the owners included in the plan as proposed. The notice indicated where the resident could find the link on our website to consult the plan and proposed, as well as all the supporting information, documents, and material. The notice also specified that all comments had to be received by noon on May 12th to be included in the table of comments that you have as part of the agenda tonight. So the comments that you've received as part of the Appendix 5 in the report, Appendix 5, sorry, is the new comments that were received since the last notice. So we've also attached to the report all the comments that were received prior to March 31st, and the ones that you're having in front of you in Appendix 5 is the one that was compiled after the last notice. It was also suggested as part of the final notice by one of the residents to issue a quick fax notice. So above the, on top of the last notice, we've also prepared, and this is also attached to the report, the final notice and the quick fact sheet that was prepared, just basically to answer concerns and making sure that the people had the right information and they were sharing the right information. Just gonna go over the other section. Sorry. We've also included the implementation of the HCD. So there was a lot of confusion about who approves what and when a minor or major permit is required. So in that section, we've mentioned that there's two types of permit that are permitted. So as part of the implementation section in the plan, section 4, you have the minor permit and then the major permit. So for example, if it's a minor permit, then it would be approved by staff. It's a major permit, it would be approved by council. So that was listed as part of the report, and I'm just gonna wait for the report to get at the same place of, yeah, so that's the section where I'm at. So basically the process is you have a pre-consultation. So basically every new construction requires a building permit. So at the time of the building permit, you have to apply for a heritage permit if you're part of the heritage district. And if in the list it says, for example, that you're making an addition, as part of your building permit, you would have to apply for your building permit and a heritage permit. If it's considered minor, then staff would approve with condition or without condition the heritage permit at the same time of your building permit being issued. So we're not adding more limitation on property owner. We're just basically at the same time that you would do your building permit, we would do the heritage permit review. So that was yes, sorry.
Just to clarify, as part, and I think you'll speak to it later, but at this point, when we're talking about a heritage permit, you're not suggesting that there's any extra cost to that permit, correct?
Yeah, correct. So as part of the report, we've also mentioned, and that was a good question, Mr. Mayor, because that was something that we, the owner and members of council were, it wasn't clear from the previous report. So for the heritage permit, there's no cost at all for the applicant. Obviously, the building permit fee would apply, but there was no extra cost for the heritage permit and the heritage review when it's done by staff. So as you could see in the report, the process of approval is pretty clear. So when it's a minor heritage permit, it's staff review the application and makes the decision. The owner is advised of the decision, and then we move forward. When it's required to be a major permit, then staff review and we recommend to council, and council makes the decision on the major permit as approved.
So basically, if I'm reading this correctly, in the minor permit, if ever the homeowner doesn't agree with the staff decision, then it would come before council, and council will make the final decision, correct?
Correct.
And if ever they're not happy with the decision council makes, they can always go to the LPAT process. Okay.
Perfect. Yeah, that's correct. There was also, if we could keep going in the report in the next section, there was also right there. Thanks. There was a lot of concern and question about the HIA, when a HIA is required and who would pay for the HIA. So after discussion, we basically mentioned in the report that we would prepare a CIP. So the CIP program would then, if it's an existing building and they require the HIA, then the CIP would cover the preparation cost of the HIA. So basically, where significant intervention are proposed within the district and do not appear to meet and intend these guidelines, provincial law indicate that the municipality may require an HIA for the proponent to demonstrate that the heritage value will be conserved. The HIA shall be prepared by a qualified third party who is a member of the Canadian Association of Heritage. It's important to understand that the HIA should include information on alternative options and recommendation mitigation measures to minimize or eliminate negative impact to the heritage attribute of the district and the proposed intervention. The HIA provides heritage conservation expertise where most municipalities do not employ this type of skill. So basically, we're talking about major renovations, major additions, or new building that would require the HIA. And because we don't have staff that would be qualified to basically provide options or solution to not have negative impact on the surrounding properties, then we would require the HIA to be prepared and offer those solutions. And again, it's presented to council. Council would have the authorization to approve or not approve the HIA as presented. The heritage. Yes.
Sure. Just want to clarify one point on that as well, Madame Tremblay. For those who are watching who maybe have not, followed along this whole process, when we talk about major renovations, we're talking about renovations to the exterior of the building. This whole heritage district is what's the term, from the public view. So I just want to clarify that for some people who might not realize that we're not talking about putting something in place where this limits what you're doing inside the home. This is very much for what's outside the home. Merci, Madame Tremblay.
Yeah, and I've included, there was so much confusion about the HIA when it would be required or not. So I've included the table that is included in section 4. So as you can see here in the report, the HIA will be required for sure, when there's a yes at the end of the table, only when you're demolishing a house or a bridge replacement, so then it would be imposed on the township and the county if it's a county road. If we do a road widening, a new construction, or a major addition. So obviously the major addition to a house, and when it says in the specification when it's visible for public realm. So basically it wouldn't be, if you're doing the addition at the back, then the HIA would not be required. So in the table 4 as well, so if you could go down in the report, I listed the ones that it may be possible to be required, the HIA. So you have the list of those that are maybe required. We often receive the comment that a HIA would be expensive for the property owner and would also represent additional cost to the cost of the project. The administration agrees that the cost of the preparation of the HIA by a qualified professional would represent additional cost to the owner compared to someone else that would not be in the heritage district. Therefore, we're proposing that council mandates the administration to prepare the CIP program that would apply to the heritage district property owners. The cost associated with the preparation of the HIA would be one of the programs that would be offered in the CIP. In the proposed CIP, we are suggesting that the cost associated with the preparation of the HIA would only be converted where it would be required for changes to an existing building as per the table of section 4 of the plan, and not where a new development or full redevelopment on site, and where property owner is proposing to work that is not in keeping of the guidelines. HIA has been requested specifically only because the proposed work is not in keeping of the HCD guidelines. However, if someone is proposing a multi-unit residential building or other new development on vacant lot in the HCD, or they're proposing to demolishing a category 4 to build a new multi-unit residential development, the CIP program would not cover the cost of the preparation of the HIA. The principal goal of the Heritage CIP would to encourage property owner of the building designated under the Heritage Act to restore their buildings. The planning department feels that the Heritage Conservation District is the best tool and the only tool to manage change and development pressure in the village of Russell. Therefore, we would not be preventing this project moving forward because of financial component. If council is agreeable to offer the CIP program, it demonstrates that keeping the village of Russell is a commitment and that we're committing to do our part. I'm also adding at the end of, if council decided not to approve the HCD, the planning department is suggesting that council moving forward that we include in section in our report that would be presented to council if that would identify the evaluation. For example, if a property was in the proposed HCD and they apply for a zoning amendment, then we would use the information that was gathered into the Heritage District report and then present that to council as part of an information purposes only. So there was the table of comments as well, and I just want to point out that even I said in the table of comments that there was comments received after the last publication, so after the last notice. We've received 9 new comments, and I say new, it was 9 comments that were received after the March 31st notice, but some, I would say major, the majority of those people already commented in the first 246 table of comments that we received earlier. Some of them were new comments, and I know that we've asked to be specific. There were some that were really specific, and they are addressed, the concern are addressed in the action taken column. Like I said, we feel the planning department, and at the end of the day, it's not our decision, the planning department, but we feel that this is the best way of managing change in the Township of Russell. We all identified it as part of something that we cherish, and I think the resident as well identify that as something that they are cherishing. So if we want to keep it and avoid pressure coming from the Ottawa and coming from the big cities, I think this is the right way to go. The concerns that were raised in some of the comments are referring members of council to read studies that were done. But again, we've tailored our HCD plan in the way that we address concern. It's not something that is super strict. It gives staff leeways, and it gives council as well leeways of managing that change that is coming in the village of Russell.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madame Tremblay. Just to confirm your last point, if council did not approve this, we could put the information in future report, but essentially it's just information, right? There is no weight attributed to it. We can't use that as a legal recourse to not approve some kind of zoning amendment or whatever the case is. It's information strictly, and there's no weight to it, correct?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Questions, members of council? Councillor Saucier.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a question on page 12 when it says the municipality must consult with its municipal heritage committee, where one has been appointed before making a decision or an application for the demolition or removal of a building or structure. So how do we appoint this committee as like who's on this committee?
I don't think we have, if the report indicates we don't have such a committee. That's correct, Madame Tremblay?
Yes, you're correct, Mr. Mayor. So we don't have at this point a committee. Right. We could in the future appoint one, but if, for example, we had that type of committee, then instead of the decision becoming in front of council, it could be delegated to that committee. So because we don't have that committee at this point, we are we are transferring every decision to members of council.
Okay, I just had two other small questions. The other one was it's no permit for minor changes, and that it could take 90 days to grant a permit. Is that a normal length of time? Forgive my ignorance on that, but I didn't realize how long it takes.
Madame Tremblay.
So I don't know where you see 90 days.
That's on page 12. It's at the bottom. The municipality then has 90 days to grant the permit.
So it may be under the Heritage Act. That's the maximum days that we have to allow the permit. But in this section of the report, we mentioned that if it's a minor application, it would not take more than what's the building permit required is 3 weeks. So we are committing to give the heritage approval if it's a minor application, minor permit, at the same time as it's right there. I think we passed it.
Yeah, right there, the bottom.
Yeah. Yeah, so basically it says in number 13 that it takes 3 to 4 weeks. Based on discussion with our heritage consulting, the planning department is confident that the heritage permit for project already required a building permit should not or very be limited a few days impact on the approval time. So usually a building permit is 3 to 4 weeks before it's granted. So we are assuming that it would take the same time.
Okay. And then the other final question was, and I like this CIP idea with the HIA costs, but it was such a huge variable. So can you sort of pinpoint more what the cost is for an HIA, or is it dependable on so many variants?
Madame Tremblay.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. So it was requested from our consultant that it could vary between 2 to 20,000. But at the same time, it all depends on the type of work. So I assume that if we're doing a HIA for a bridge, it would go towards more than 10,000, 10, 15. But if somebody is making an addition, then that's where the range of 2,000 to 5,000 would be applicable. So we're also suggesting in the HIA that if, for example, we didn't feel appropriate that the taxpayer would pay for somebody that would demolish a house and then build multi-residential units. So the HIA then would not be covered under the CIP. So it would be covered when it's required on an existing house for additions or existing homeowners.
Okay. And then the other one that I was happy to see was it was talking about the river and trees, because I am seeing a lot of the shorelines being cleared of trees. in Russell. So this would protect the shoreline as well, eh?
Madame Tremblay?
Yeah, because it's identified as being, sorry, because it's identified as being all development that has view on public realm. So the Rivière is one of those views. So basically every development would have to be considerate of that bank and that erosion problem that we're seeing right now. And I just want to mention as well that the reason why we're saying that we want the heritage to be applicable only once it's registered with the province, then it gives us more time to prepare the CIP. So the grant program would become available at the same time that the heritage district would be registered on property. So we're just trying to time the timing so that the heritage and the CIP are in effect at the same time.
Okay, and merci, Madame Tremblay, for all your work on this. Like, just answering all those questions must have been really time consuming. So I do appreciate it. And I'm sorry your dog didn't like my question.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Saucier. Other questions, members of council? This item is separate, so we'll have an opportunity to ask further questions when we vote on it. I'd like to say thank you very much, Madame Tremblay. I know it's been a long process, if you will, stressful process for your whole team. So I appreciate the professionalism. You know, I think that when I talk to a lot of new residents or why people moved here, it's always interesting because they always talk about the feel of the village, and that feel is related to history and how, you know, and the fact that they like that. And I look at numbers of how fast houses are selling this year. And, you know, we've had 54 sales year to date in the village of Russell. And, you know, so we'll have 200 homes changing ownership within this year if it continues down this road. And I admit that I am worried in the sense that I have heard of developers who are buying, you know, multiple properties next to each other that plan to tear homes down and build multi-unit buildings, and which is okay. You know, that can be done within the HCD, but it's managed, and that's what the HCD is doing. It's not preventing, you know, growth and intensification, that kind of stuff, but it's making sure it's done in the way that it will contribute to the area and not specifically something that will stick out like a sore thumb. So I think that's something that we have to weigh, and I'm glad that you've listened to the input of council and the input of the residents in regards to the cost for the HIA, that it will be shared through a CIP program. I'll be making an amendment that I want to make sure that the CIP plan is in place. I know timing wise, it should be around the same time, but I think in the bylaw, I'd prefer seeing that the CIP has to be approved by council before going into effect. So I think that's something that we should consider. But I think it's a very good document. I personally did a lot of comments on it. So I'm glad to see that staff were receptive and tried to really make this a community document. Madame Tremblay.
Yeah, I just want to point out that we don't forget. I know that you all know, but Alex Jolicoeur worked really hard on this, and if it goes through, then we're gonna celebrate, and if it doesn't, we're not gonna celebrate, but it's okay. But I just want to point out that she did spend a lot of time, and a lot of research was done by Alex, and there was a lot of time and work that was done for her part as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madame Tremblay. Yeah, this is something council's been working on for years, right? We've included it in our strategic plan. We've had funds allocated to this in several budgets over the years to move this project forward. So that's something to consider and remember as well. Conseiller Lorrain, question, comment?
The only comment I'll make is I want to also make sure that we thank both the residents who took the time to go through everything and who were in favor or are in favor of this project. And on the flip side, everyone who took the time to do the research and who are not in favor of this. I mean, it's a very polarizing type of a program or project that has been going on for quite some time. I think it started with individual house designations and then different locations for districts, and then morphed into what we're looking at today. So I know there's been a lot of people that have spent a lot of time on this, and I want to make sure we thank them for their time, regardless of whether which way the vote goes tonight. Everyone, all those people did put in that time, and we do want to thank them for all their efforts. And Madame Tremblay, you and your staff have done a great job in presenting this. So I just wanted to say thank you for all the work efforts, and we'll see how things go shortly.
Okay, thank you very much, Conseiller Lorrain. Good point. There was a lot of community engagement on this, which is always a positive thing, regardless of what side of the issue. We want to hear from residents when it comes to this kind of stuff. So thank you very much. With that, any further questions, comments before we move on? Like I mentioned, this item will be separate and voted upon separately, so we'll have more discussion on this if we wish. Nothing else to add, then we will move on to the next item. Item 12, which was reports from an investigator of the ombudsman, we have none. Item 13, notice of motions, we have none. Item 14, question period on the meeting of the day. So if anybody wishes to ask a question, please state your name and address and your question. Anonymous questions will not be addressed. I see that we had an individual ask a question, but he followed up and said that it was answered. So thank you very much. So we'll just dismiss that one. We have Mr. Charles Armstrong, 85 Castlebow Street, item 11J. The township comments indicate that the heritage impact assessment costs be covered by a CIP grant program. Exactly how much will be covered by a grant? When will the program be in effect? Is it not prudent to have the grant program bylaw and the HCD bylaw proposed together and approved by council together? That is correct. Like I said, Mr. Armstrong, that is why I want to put something in place that I'll make an amendment that it only gets approved after the CIP grant is approved by council, if council wishes to go that route. Another question, Mr. Armstrong. It says, why do the guidelines refer to this private company as opposed to the OAA in regards to the Association of Heritage Professionals, the CAHP? Madame Tremblay, do you have any comments on that one?
No, sorry, I don't. This was provided by the consultant, so I don't know if there's a difference between the two, but it's something that we could look at for sure.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much. Mr. Armstrong, item 15A. How many formal recommendations council have each of the advisory committees made in the last 10 years? I don't have the answer off the top of my head, but I know that we are doing a service level review this year. Maybe it'll be an item of discussion at that point in time to make sure that we are getting the most bang for our buck when it comes to our committees. Same in regards to 15A, what are the advisory committee's quotas of recommendations to council? I think that the committee should be bringing as many recommendations to council as possible. That is their role. That is part of their role. So I think that our role is to receive those recommendations. Then we make decisions based on those recommendations. But I think that they should be coming. They should be coming along as more than less. Again, Mr. Armstrong, 85 Castlebow Street. Has the EAC ever discussed the issue of tree cover, maintaining or increase of tree cover in the township during the period of time, and what became of the discussion and the relevant minutes received by council? Thank you very much, Mr. Armstrong. Have they discussed it? Quite possibly. It would be recorded in the minutes. That being said, having conversations and not recommending to council is kind of defeating the purpose. The purpose is for the committees to make recommendations to council. Therefore, if a committee is simply discussing stuff and not bringing anything forward, they are not fulfilling their mandate. So that's it for the questions. So thank you very much. We will move on to the next item, which is item 15A, resolutions. So it was a notice of motion by myself and moved by myself, seconded by Conseiller Lorrain. reads as follows. Whereas council and the township believe in the importance of environmental stewardship, and whereas council relies on the input of its committees to help guide direction on important subjects that impact our residents' quality of life, and whereas the Environmental Advisory Committee EAC mandate includes advising and making recommendations to council on environmental related matters and practices within the township, and whereas in the past 10 years, the EAC has only made 13 recommendations to council, 3 in 2011, 1 in 2012, 2 in 2014, 3 in 2018, 3 in 2019, and 1 in 2020. And whereas of those 13 recommendations, not one recommendation made reference to tree coverage and or green space improvement options. And whereas the mover and the seconder of this motion feel that the EAC should be making recommendations to council regarding tree coverage and or green space improvements. Now, therefore be it resolved that council forward the following tree coverage and or green space improvement ideas to the EAC for discussion, evaluation, and furthermore be it resolved that council encourages that the EAC take a more proactive role in advising and making recommendations to council on environmental related matters and practices within the township. First idea, what potential projects would be recommended if a 0.5% to a 1% increase in the 2022 budget would be specifically dedicated to improving tree coverage and or green spaces, and further consideration if that same amount would be reserved year after year moving forward. 2, the implementation of a tree replacement program similar to the City of Ottawa Emerald Ash Borer replacement program administered by South Nation Conservation. 3, the implementation of a program that allows the municipality to match resident donations to municipal tree planting efforts. And 4, a roadside restoration plan such as Lanark County's seeding and planting initiative. So we have a mover and a seconder. It's on the table, open for questions or comments. Councillor Saucier.
Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, I want to congratulate staff for all the work they've done on this committee, and that's Jonathan Bourgon and Menno Bevin. They work very hard, and I understand Jonathan is extremely busy with sometimes more pressing issues, such as infrastructure, roads, etc. We have been working on a tree bylaw for over a year, almost 2 years. I drafted the first draft. It's been in amendments, and it was on the agenda the last 2 meetings, but due to time restraints, it was it was taken off the agenda. So, you know, and that's staff stretched very, very thin. I also want to thank the committee, the dedicated group that I have of volunteers that give of their time freely. And they have never missed a meeting. They're, you know, they go to hazardous waste days, they work all day, they volunteer their time. So I think that's something we have to consider. On the Emerald Ash Borer issue, we did look into it a couple of times. Madame Guittard also looked into it, and unfortunately, it's not available. They're still only replacing trees in Ottawa. I actually checked again today, and it's not available to other municipalities.
So just for clarification on that, Councillor Saucier,
Mm-hmm.
The reason South Nation does it with the City of Ottawa is because City of Ottawa pays for it. So what I'm recommending is to have a look if Russell Township, if the committee wants to make a recommendation, that the township take a similar position.
Okay, that's a possibility. I just know that they just sort of said that it just wasn't available anywhere else right now, and that it possibly could be. And, you know, again, we did bring up recommendations that were turned down, like the green bin and even the producer pays, which was instigated by the province. But there is an Ontario tree planting program with the 50 million tree program through Forests Ontario. And you have to register for that. So if you want it to be considered for next year, because they're already taking but I don't feel I can register on behalf of townships. So that would have to be the township registering themselves to be considered for that program.
So I would expect that the committee would make a recommendation to council to apply for that program.
Okay, and like I say, I do have a list. I'm not going to read them all, but I have a list of activities of what we have worked on. I only became councillor in 2015, so I was not chair of the Environment Committee prior to that, so I can't state why things were or were not done. But I've been chair for the 2 mandates that I've served. So yeah, so, and I was looking at our objectives, the committee objectives, and I've checked off all of them. We've worked on all of the committee objectives, and also in the official plan policy, a lot of the things that are on that official plan as a township we're not adhering to. So you know, I guess we could make a recommendation that we follow our own official plan.
So thank you very much, Councillor Saucier. Just since I worded this, I'll just add clarification. I understand some recommendations have come to council, have not get approved or have got approved. In regards to the producer pay recommendation that was approved by council, that's a decision of the province. In regards to the green bin, we did have that discussion at budget time, and we have given it back to the Environment Committee to find other options. But the reason that we're looking for recommendations is simply because if we at this level simply talked about stuff and not actually ever approved stuff, then it's not going anywhere. The role of the committee, and if you look at the term of reference, it is to make recommendations. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for recommendations to come to council, and I understand that there's often a sentiment that, well, we can't recommend that because council won't approve it. But that's council's duty to approve or not. When the committee decides not to bring something forward simply because they're afraid that it might get turned down, they're in essence making that decision instead of council, and they're deciding not to move forward with something. So it is the role of the committees, and this is for all committees. The role of the committees is to provide recommendations to council, and then council has that discussion, and we decide whether we move forward with something or not. So that's why in 2018 I asked all committees to review their terms of reference to make sure that they were on the right page. That was done. But again, we have conversations, you know, tree coverage, that kind of stuff. You know, that's a topic that's dear to the heart of many people, including yourself, including of a lot of residents. That's why I felt that the committee should be sending something to us to have those conversations.
Well, it's just not ready yet, Mr. Mayor, the bylaw, and it's still being tweaked, but it will be coming to council. I do like the roadside idea, because even with No Mow May, which I wish I had thought of that, you know, the recommendation I think would be that maybe council also sets an example and we do the same for next year, and even some of our medians or some areas, and leave them uncut for pollinators. So I know other communities are doing that roadside restoration with wildflowers and things like that. So I will put that on the agenda for the bylaw. And also we did bring forward the second hazardous waste day, which was initially denied, but then it came back again. And unfortunately we had to cancel it due to COVID this year. So now we're going to have the 2 days in the fall. But initially that resolution was turned down by council.
Yeah, and again, I thank you very much to you and to the members of your committee. I know they're volunteers. I know they put in hard work. But like I say in the notice of motion, in the last 10, 11 years, not one recommendation has ever come to council in regards to tree or green coverage. So I think that's the amount I gagné, and I need, you know, we need that looked at from the committee perspective.
Coming. So And hopefully it'll get approved.
Yeah. Well, see, that's Councillor Associate. So just so you're clear, you're talking about the tree cutting bylaw. That's one aspect of tree coverage. There is so many other conversations to have as opposed to tree coverage. And I believe the tree coverage bylaw is coming from staff. It's not coming from the committee, right?
No,
So-
the committee has worked very hard on that. And,
Right.
and at every meeting, it's been on the agenda. If you look at the minutes, you will see it. And like I say, I wrote the first draft myself.
Right.
So it has,
we have
tweaked.
We have questions, Monsieur Leduc.
Good evening, members of council. Staff has also discussed this notice of motion, and I think we want to say that we'd like to bring a report to council regarding bringing tools or information to council and to the committee as far as what's being done in the environment matters in the township. Today, our treasurer informed us that we spend close to $9.1 million on environmental issues per year, which is the most of any municipality in Prescott-Russell. And also, more specifically to trees, we spend about $63,000 right now on trees. So we plan to put together an information report to council, which can be then relayed to the committee, so that whenever a committee is discussing something or wishing to make recommendations, that they have some information, that they have some data there to consider and to present to council. For us, it was important that we relate to the community that we do spend $9.1 million on environment issues. And that's something that I want to stress on, because it seems to think that we're not doing anything or doing very little. And I think I want to say that. Now, it might be water and sewer. Again, that's an environmental issue. That's per the FIR by the province guidelines. So we're planning to bring a report to council for information, and then the committee can use that to base themselves on future recommendations.
Thank you very much, Monsieur Leduc. I think we all look forward to that report. Conseiller Brisson?
Yeah, just two things. First is just a clarification with what Conseiller Associate did mention for the 1 million trees. It's just that with the plan with the South Nation trees last year at the dump that was planted, the South Nation go through the 5 million trees program for the money. So it's whenever you use the South Nation program, you're using the 5 million trees, because I know whenever I plant here, I was recognized by that association too.
Okay.
I thank you very much, because I know Conseiller Associate, you're doing the best you can, and it's a good job for the committee. My question is, I have difficulty to see the purpose of this motion. If you have a problem with the committee, why didn't you just go to the committee and share your concern? Because whether you're in one committee, you did mention this committee like for environmental, but we have the same thing with Park and Rec and anything. I know the people in those committees, they're doing their best. And I just don't understand really the purpose of this resolution, except of trying to make some trouble, or I don't know. It's just.
So, Monsieur Conseiller Brisson, if you want clarification, I'm more than willing to.
That's why
I have mentioned at several meetings, at council meetings, when I asked for a review of the terms of reference, I put it out there that the committees have to make recommendations. That is their role. They have to bring information. So I've done it verbally at several council meetings. So now I'm taking a position that I'm putting it on paper so that it's clear that we need this information. Members of council are the chairs of these committees. So it is their role as chair to make sure that these committees are following their terms of reference. That's why I asked a couple years ago for everybody to review their terms of reference and make sure.
Environmental committee.
Sorry?
Then why did you mention only environmental committee? If you
I
wanted to
mentioned it-
have all the,
I mentioned it at this point in time because I'm providing 4 examples as in the notice of motion. And there has been some concern in regards to environmental matters, in regards to tree coverage. That is why this was brought forward. So I've had these discussions in the past. They haven't gone anywhere, so now is making it as a formal notice of motion. Question.
but as I was saying, I said, if you have a problem with all the committee, mention all the committee, not just one, because anyways, that's my concern and my comment.
Yeah, I understand that, Conseil Brisson, but there's been a lot of talk in regards to trees in the municipality in the last month, and that's why this item is being addressed. If there was a lot of conversations in regards to accessibility issues that were going on in the public, then I bring up the accessibility committee and talk about those types of resolutions that have come forward. I think this is to point out, to put it on paper, that we need our recommendations from our committees. So in regards to why now with the environmental, that's because that's the topic of the day right now. Had it been another committee's mandate that was not being looked after and it was issues in the public, then I would have brought that one up first. Other questions, comments? Councillor Associate?
Yeah, I also want to add, we do only meet 5 times a year. And with COVID, like since all of last year and this year, it has been difficult to get things accomplished, I would say. When you can't meet in person and you can't work together the same, you know, and just a lot of our events, even our Earth Day, spring things that we usually do, they were all canceled. So it has been difficult as well. And I think all the committees are probably feeling that as well. So, you know, 5 times a year. And like I say, I've only been chair since 2015. So we are working hard and trying to do our best, but I appreciate the recommendations. So I will bring them back to the committee.
Thank you very much, Councillor Associate. And if the committee feels that 5 times a year is not enough, then feel free to make a recommendation that you're going to meet more often. You know, that's the flexibility you have as a committee, is to make recommendations. If you need to change your terms of reference and you want to change things up, then do so. If you want to involve the committee, the public more, and have subcommittees, these are all tools at your disposal as a committee to do, but you have to make those recommendations to council for approval. So thank you. Other questions, comments? Conseiller Lorrain, did you have something to say? I can't see the hand on the side of.
Yeah, that's, yeah, I mean, we're being asked why we put this forward, and that's one of the main reasons why I seconded the notice of motion when we talked about it, was specifically the comments that have been made over the last, I'm going to say probably the last year. You know, we've talked about, you know, tree cutting at the roundabout. We've talked about a tree that Hydro One was taken down, and you know, there was, you know, what, half an hour to 2 hours discussions that we've had at this table in regards to trees. And, you know, the comments that I've received anyway over the last little bit, I'm sure everyone else has, is that council's not doing anything in regards to trees. And, you know, obviously that's not the case. We are doing many different things right now, but we could be doing more. And, you know, if we're throwing a little bit back to the committees to make the recommendations for it, then I think that's exactly why I said that I would second this, is because I do support that aspect of it. And again, you know, if it was another one of the committees, I'd say the exact same thing. You know, if it's, you know, accessibility or PRAC that you know, we kept seeing comments in the public that we're not reviewing stuff and we're not doing enough, then we would probably make the same comments and the same recommendations. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, and that all the chairs of the committees go back and look at their committees and, you know, start making having the discussions to make recommendations to council, so that we can start moving some of these additional items. So that's why I was in agreement to support this this notice of motion as the seconder. And you know, I don't think it's necessarily picking or starting to pick a fight with somebody. It's bringing the attention that, A, we are doing something, but you know, what more can we be doing? And here are some options and here are some suggestions. So please take them back, discuss them, and bring them back to us so that we can make the decisions on these programs. So, or even additional programs that you may have. I think Councillor Saucier mentioned she had a list of things on a piece of paper. Well, then great. Let's get those in front of the committee and in front of council so that we can make some additional decisions on these. Not everything's going to go in everybody's favor at this table, but at least when the recommendations come, we can have that discussion. So,
okay, thank you very much. Further comment? Last comment, Councillor Saucier.
Yeah, just to clarify for Councillor Laurent, the list I have is things that we've completed. You know, like diaper service and curbside exchange days and different things that we've implemented. So they've already been completed.
So just for clarification, Councillor Saucier, I would recommend reviewing all the recommendations that were passed in the last 10 years, because I think there seems to be some confusion what staff are implementing and what's a recommendation of the committee. Simply because you're talking about something at the committee and then staff implement something, that's not the proper process. The proper process is the committee makes recommendations that come to council, and then council decides whether something gets implemented or not. That's the process to move things forward.
Again, I can't comment before 2015. I wasn't there.
No, I understand that. So look from 2015 on and look what actually was recommended. And, you know, if staff are implementing stuff, you know, that it's two different things, because staff have a business plan, they have the strategic plan that council has put in there. So that's what they're working off of, because the committees don't implement stuff if it doesn't go through council. Is that correct, Monsieur Leduc? Is that the correct process?
Yes, that should be the correct process. I understand some department heads do take some ideas to implement them in the budget when we get the budget approved. And sometimes they're being asked to do some things which should not be going through the process of the committee, should be going to council. That's also happened in the past.
Okay, so we'll try and get everybody on board for that. Conseiller Brisson?
Just to mention too that la procédure d'avoir avec résolution, que c'est nouveau, que tu l'as inclus seulement depuis, c'est 2018, je crois. Ça fait que c'est une procédure qui est quand même nouvelle. Qu'avant ça, c'était comme, oui, on faisait des recommandations au staff, puis que le staff, s'il y avait de quoi, il le ramenait, mais pas en recommandation officielle. Fait que c'est comme conseiller Saucier a mentionné, il y a bien du stuff qui a été discuté, que grâce au comité, ça a été implémenté par nos chefs de département sans nécessairement passer par le conseil, ou il y en a que ça a été amené au conseil, mais juste clarifier, c'est vraiment, ça a été mis plus clair, je peux dire, ça fait seulement depuis 2018 ou 2019, puis là, il y a la pandémie. Fait que juste clarifier un petit peu ça, selon moi. Là. OK.
Ben, check. C'est l'interprétation. Moi, ça fait 10 ans que je suis conseil. My first 4 years was as a counselor. I'm not sure if that was your experience, Councillor Ryan. From what I've been, when I was a counselor, it's always been that we would make recommendations to council. It was always in the terms of reference. It was always the duty of them to make recommendations to council. When in 2018, when I asked all the committees to review the terms of reference, I did not see anything change in the terms of reference to add that they would make recommendations. That has always been there. So it's on the table, mover and a seconder. I'll call for the vote. You're muted, Councillor Tarnowski.
The vote is just receiving this, correct? There is no...
Well, it's to receive it and forward it to the EAC with the ideas being recommended and asking the EAC to review these and come back to us. So there is action to take place on the side of the EAC.
Okay, Mike Ternosky, yes.
I will vote yes, but I just find it inappropriate to have bring it. Thank you.
Jamie, yes.
And Cindy Saucier, I'll vote yes, but I will also include my committee on this. And I just want to give a shout out also to the Eco East. They are planting 900 trees in the township this spring. So and then we're doing 50 tomorrow at Russell Public School.
Thank you very much, Councillor Saucier. That's the perfect item to add to council member items when you want to do this process and announce that kind of stuff. So thank you. We'll move on to the next item. Item B, resolutions under item 11. Motion that council approves all recommendations listed on the agenda under item 11 from reports from departments and council committees.
Just a question before. Since the two first item has been discussed with 19, should we vote to accept 19 first and then come back to 11?
No, they're included in 11. The first two
Okay.
items are
So we don't have to vote 19 because we already voting for
19 was
11.
just the public presentation. It wasn't the
Okay.
voting aspect.
Okay,
So we're
perfect. Just making sure.
Yep.
Thank you.
So 11, so we'll put on the floor and then we'll make an amendment to remove the two items. I believe it was two. I need a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Ternosky, seconded by Conseiller Brisson. Madame Caméré-Laflamme, c'est à H et J qu'on cherchait à voter séparément?
C'est bien ça, Monsieur le maire.
Okay, so I need a mover and a seconder to remove H and J. Moved by Conseiller Lorrain, seconded by Councillor Ternosky. All those in favor of removing H and J?
Mike Ternosky, oui.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
You're muted, Councillor Saucier.
Can I ask to remove C also?
C is, okay, so, okay, so let's finish this vote and then we'll make an amendment to remove C as well.
Okay.
So H and J, just vote on H and J to remove those two. Councillor Saucier?
Yes.
Yes,
Sorry.
okay. So now H and J are removed. Councillor Saucier is making an amendment to remove C as well. Does she have a seconder? Councillor Ternosky, all in favor of removing C as well?
Mike Ternosky, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Saucier, yes.
All right, so C, H, and J are removed. We'll now call for the vote for all the others. All those in favor?
Mike Ternosky, oui.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Saucier, yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So we'll start off with item C, which is zoning bylaw amendment report PD 28-2021, submitted by Eric Brisson as president OCH Holdings Group, Inc., acting as authorized agent for the property owner Russell Reformed Presbyterian Church, and known as 979 North Russell Road in Russell. So this was discussed at length. Is there any further questions? Councillor Saucier?
No, I'm just, you know, sort of basing it on your comments earlier about what things look like. So I'm going to be not in favor of this.
Okay, so let's call for a registered vote then.
Yes, please.
So I'll ask, go ahead, Councillor.
Merci. Mike Ternosky, oui.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Saucier, no.
And myself, yes. It is carried. Next item was H, the pop-up patio program, community parklets program report, EcoDev 03-2021. The council receives the report EcoDev 03-2021 dated May 17, 2021, and that council mandates the administration to proceed with an amendment to the zoning bylaw in order for the programs recommended in this report to be permitted, and that council mandates the administration to proceed with the implementation of this pilot project by purchasing 2 parklets from Expert Tech in the amount of $15,000 each for approximately $30,528, including 1.76% of non-refundable HST, and allows the installation of the parklets in the 2 proposed locations in this report, and that the capital budget amendments presented in Appendix 3 be approved. Need a mover and a seconder to put it on the table. Moved by Councillor Tarnowski, seconded by Councillor Lorrain. So it is now on the table for discussion amendments. Conseiller Lorrain?
Yeah, so I had a question here, and I probably should have brought it up during the discussion, but I'm going to make an amendment to remove the last line of the second paragraph, the middle paragraph, and strike out "and allows the installation of the parklets in the 2 proposed locations in this report." So that's the amendment I'm gonna make. But I do want to know, when it says the capital budget amendments presented and the capital budget amendment be approved, have these capital amendments come to us yet? And we're just altering one of them to allow for the purchase of these? Or have these been just included in this and we're approving these 3 capital line items tonight without having discussed them before?
Okay, thank you very
I can't
much.
remember if we have or not.
Merci, Conseiller Lorrain. Councillor Godin? Councillor Godin. Monsieur Godin, sorry.
Merci, Monsieur Maire. So, Councillor Lauren, so yes, these, and in the appendix, we make reference to different reports that were shown to council already. So there was the report for the tax rates, in which with the growth of the end of the year, it generated 20,000 extra in revenues. We've also presented a report, FS11, with the gas tax doubling, which essentially provided $503,000 extra for the township. We did discuss a few amendments already for the paving contract, adding a segment, and we discussed some savings. But we do want to there's been a lot of changes early in the year due to the gas tax and the taxes. So we do want to bring back a report to council in June, where we'll have a bit of clarity on other tenders, like the bridge contract for St. Thomas Bridge, which is also included there. So these amendments that are presented here have already been discussed with council in the previous weeks, but we will, just to recap, bring forward an amended budget to council, including all those adjustments, just to kind of clarify where all that money is going and what's left, if ever council has any funds left to manage.
Okay, so in that case, Monsieur Godin, it wouldn't be a problem then to remove that last line in regards to be approved, would it?
No, it wouldn't be a problem at all. No.
Okay, so Conseiller Lorrain, did you want to amend it to say eliminate from that point forward?
Yeah, that makes sense, because I'd like to know where that 30,000 came from. Was it had we approved 400,000 in reserve or loan reduction from the bridge, and now it's going to be 373. So if you're going to bring a report in the coming weeks, then I think for me, I like the pop-up patio project. I like the parklets idea. I think so I think to move that forward and purchase the 2 of them and get them ready to go for once the lockdown is over, and we can help support some of our businesses that have taken a significant hit over the last year and a half, and then we can get a report over the next month that tells us exactly which locations make more sense, and if businesses reach out to them to say, hey, can we have it up here for the summer? Can we have it there for the summer? And maybe there's an additional purchase that needs to come in, and there's some funding that may come in from some of the businesses too. You never know, that maybe they want to jump on board with something like that. So I'm going to make the amendment request. I'm going to move a motion to stop the actual recommendation where the bracket is on the HST. And I'm requesting to remove "and allows the installation of the parklets in the 2 proposed locations in this report," and that the capital budget amendments presented in Appendix 3 be approved, and have that removed.
Okay.
So I move it.
So Councillor Lorrain is moving it. Do we have a seconder for that? Then we can put on the table and have a discussion on that amendment. Seconder, Councillor Saucier. So it is on the table. Now I do see staff have their hands up as well. So get some feedback, Monsieur Leduc, then Madame Tremblay.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, in the report, it says that those amendments be approved. Treasurer Godin already mentioned that council's approved whatever was listed before there. So I just need confirmation that funding is available to proceed with the purchase of those parklets, because if not, even though you want to go ahead, I have no amended budget to proceed with this. So I think it was maybe now as I look at it, maybe worded not the right way because council already approved it, but certainly the additional request for funding be approved.
Okay, Conseiller Lorrain.
So did it get put on the table or?
Well, the amendment is on the table, but if you want to make a change to your amendment and if Councillor Saucier supports it, you can do that and we'll discuss it.
Yes, I will just, and I will, what I would put here then is after the HST, I would like to state and that the funding of these parklets come out of the proposed capital budget amendments to be presented to council. So at least you know where the funding's coming from. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Monsieur Leduc.
Yeah, I will be agreeable to that, yes.
Okay.
So then that's what I will amend my amendment to.
Okay, Councillor Saucier, you're okay with the new wording? Yes.
Yes.
Mr.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
is it possible to just say again what are the 3 amendments? Because I've noted a couple of things, but now I'm mixed up.
OK, so essentiellement, on enlève, après HST, enlève tout le reste, puis ça va être remplacé avec, Councillor Lorrain, do you want to re-say it again?
Yeah. And that funding for the parklets be taken from the capital budget amendments to be presented to council at a future council meet at a future council at a later date.
And does that remove the last paragraph as well then?
Wait.
Oh yeah, that comes out.
Okay. Thank you.
C'est juste le un demandant de changer toutes ces lignes-là à ce que le conseiller Lorrain a dit.
Parfait.
And it was moved by Conseiller Lorrain, seconded by Councillor Saucier. We have the amendment on the table. Madame Tremblay wanted to say a few words, and then we'll go with Councillor Tarnowski and Conseiller Brisson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to mention that there was a question about the size. Donc, j'ai juste vérifié le courriel qui nous avait été envoyé de Expertech. Puis, eux autres, ce qu'ils nous ont mentionné, c'est que le prix était basé sur la grandeur que nous, on avait demandé, qui est 2 mètres par 6 mètres. Mais que suite à la décision du conseil d'aller de l'avant ou pas avec le projet, on aurait une consultation plus précise avec eux pour déterminer exactement les grandeurs qui pourraient varier selon les localisations qui sont choisies. Donc, la grandeur peut varier selon l'endroit qui est choisi. Et que dans le 15 000 $ par parklet, il pourrait inclure le mobilier. Donc, il n'a juste pas inclus le mobilier parce qu'on ne sait pas encore quelle grandeur. Donc, on attend vraiment la décision du conseil d'aller de l'avant avec le projet dans un ensemble. Puis après ça, on va pouvoir avoir des consultations plus précises avec lui, tout dépendant de l'endroit, puis tout dépendant de la grandeur, puis qui ferait son possible pour inclure le mobilier à l'intérieur du 15 000 $ qui est déjà qui est dans le rapport tel qu'il est présenté devant le conseil.
OK. Merci beaucoup. Councillor Tarnowski and then Conseiller Brisson.
Okay, so I just want to clarify that that this has nothing to do with the pop-ups, with the pop-up patio program, that will continue regardless of any decisions made here, correct?
So at this point in time, we haven't made an amendment to separate the two. So that'll be a future amendment. So if you vote on this amendment, then whether it goes through or not, you can still separate the two afterwards by making another amendment.
But if I remember correctly, Madame Tremblay did mention that it was just for information purposes that the program is ongoing at least until the end of the lockdown. So so now I'm not clear. I'm not sure.
So what the resolution is asking? So the council mandate the administration to proceed with an amendment to the zoning bylaw in order for the programs recommended in this report to be permitted. So currently they are. At the end of, not the lockdown, but the end of the state of emergency, it would, if we don't amend the zoning bylaw, it would go back to what it was. So this is basically giving the direction to Madame Tremblay to make amendments to the zoning bylaw, which would come back to council for approval, Madame Tremblay. So then we would support the patio program at that point in time. Now, we can just say, never mind, we wait till we get to the end of the pandemic and then we deal with it at that point. Or we can just say, we give them the direction to move it forward. So,
Okay, so based on that, if I may, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
So based on that and based on the information presented, based on the numbers and the capacity of about 15 people, which represents somewhere between $1,500 and $2,000 for a seat in one of these parklets, I just don't see how that is going to support our businesses or how it's going to benefit, especially with the locations proposed. So I like the idea. I would love to see those on a main street next to local eateries and so on. I'm just not sure that this presentation convinced me of that. And also, I think what helps, what kind of pushes me in the direction of going against it, voting against it, is also the fact that we are currently in a time where we're in lockdown or requiring social distancing, and understanding that at tables we are able to sit together in a family and so on, and that might happen or it might not happen. And so at this stage, based on the information presented, I'm probably going to vote against that. Thank you.
okay. Thank you. Conseiller Brisson?
OK. C'était un peu pour la même chose que le conseiller Tarnowski, parce que comme c'est là, même si on lâche le lockdown, on peut dire, la distance de 2 mètres va rester. Ça fait 15 000 $ pour comme une place pour mettre 2 tables pour 8 personnes. Je comprends pas de dépenser 15 000 $ quand tu peux mettre plusieurs tables de pique-nique dans un parc, puis qui va être bien plus beau et encouragé. Parce que ces pop-out-là, c'est comme j'ai déjà dit auparavant dans la présentation, c'est de quoi sur une grande rue ou quelque chose comme ça, d'où il y a de l'espace. Puis je ne mettrai pas d'où c'est trop tight, que le monde n'est pas capable de passer. Mais tu sais, il y a des rues plus quand Mme Tremblay mentionnait, là, comme Tremblay, c'est sûr, il y a des rues qui sont piétonnières, que là, je verrais ce chose-là, je vois que ça marche là. Mais ici, avec Embrun puis Russell, dans nos rues, je vois pas l'utilité de même que ça soit le conseil qui paye pour. On peut l'amener à des commerces, cette idée-là, puis ils sont intéressés. Là, revenez avec une proposition, mais comme c'est là, comme il a dit, moi, je vois, oui, mettez plus de tables à pique-nique disponibles dans les parcs, mais restez faire le pop-up pour cet argent-là.
Okay. Merci, conseiller Brisson. Just to clarify, I think we're targeting 2 different groups of people here. Le monde qui s'en aille dans le parc pour s'asseoir au picnic table, ben, c'est le monde qui veut aller au parc. Le pop-up patio, c'est vraiment pour aider les entreprises locales. Dans un sens, mettre ça en avant d'une business pour essayer d'attirer le monde. Si vous regardez le rapport, si vous connectez au lien pour la ville de Vancouver, vous pouvez voir tout le programme. Oui, c'est-tu différent qu'ici? Définitivement. On n'a pas, mais on regarde ça comme amélioration. Oui, on peut, le parc, complément, puis je pense pour ça que le conseiller Laurent il a fait l'amendement qu'il a proposé, parce qu'il veut avoir un rapport plus sur le côté des locations from an eco-dev point of view as opposed to improving our parks point of view. Councillor Saucier and then Conseiller Laurent.
Yeah, so my question is, are they easily movable to different locations? And then if we can't use them this summer, like if we purchase them and we can't use them at all, do they come apart? Like, do we have somewhere where we can store these things?
Yeah, Madame Tremblay, I think that was in the report. Public Works has space for storage.
Yes, you're correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
And it's really, it's movable in the sense that it's set up for the season and removed at the end of the season. It's not multiple, you're not moving this every other week, right?
Okay.
No.
Right.
Okay. So that was sort of my question too. Would it go different locations? Again, I really like the idea, the concept. I've seen similar things in other towns, and you know, it's just like people pause and can stop. But again, I still am concerned that we wouldn't be able to utilize them this summer.
Okay, merci. Conseiller Lorraine and Madame Tremblay, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, you know, I don't disagree with Councillor Taranowski and Councillor Brisson, which is why I suggested the amendment to remove the approval of the locations of these pop-up parklets or whatever you want to call them. And I want that to come back to us, but at least this gets us moving in that direction. We're not going to be behind the 8 ball and trying to get this going in case there are locations that could benefit from this year. I mean, you got to remember our businesses have been absolutely decimated in the last 14 months. So if there's a way that we can help them a little bit, and that's by having a little bit of traffic in front of those locations, if that's where we're going from an eco dev perspective, then I think the investment far outweighs the concerns over the cost. And then it's not it's not an ongoing cost. It would be a cost that we pay one time, and then we can, it'd be year over year over year as long as they are maintained. So, I think, let's get ahead of the game here. Let's help out where we can. The businesses, we talk about getting commercial taxes in. Who are the first people that everyone goes to for fundraising is our businesses. So they pay a lot. They employ our youth. They employ our residents. So for us to give back a little bit here to get these potential program going, I think is important. And which is why I've asked for, I asked for the location to come back to us and took it out of the amendment. So they're not going in McDougall Park. We haven't approved that. They're not going. Let's get that report back and let's us make a decision on them, but let's not delay the decision to start purchasing those items and have them on hand ready to go when the lockdown does end, when the shutdown order does end, when the emergency orders all end, and we're left holding the bag going, oh man, if we could have just done this, we would have had this for August as an example, if that was the case, and we could have helped out for then. So that's just my thought on it, and that's why I made the amendment the way I did. So I was hoping to take that consideration or concerns of Councillor Taranowski and Councillor Brisson into consideration for that. But again, I understand and respect your decisions on it.
Okay, thank you very much, Madame Tremblay, and then Councillor Taranowski, Conseiller Brisson.
Yeah, I think it's thank you, Mr. Lorrain. I think you're making good points, and the fact is that when the businesses are going to see that it's working, and when the businesses are going to see what we're doing, then they're just going to jump on board and try to do the same thing. And so I agree that the location, we're not. If we review all the location and come back to council and provide some options that are to make sure that the people are walking downtown and using our street, even if they can't at the moment. We need to look long term, and I think we need to think out of the box. I know it's kind of hard. We're going to be the first community in the Prescott-Russell region again to put those programs up and show our businesses that we care and we want to help as much as we can.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Taranowski.
I think we're talking about helping the businesses as much as we can, and I totally agree with Councillor Lorrain on that. I would be very supportive of helping our businesses in any way we can. That's why that pop-up patio program, to me, is important that we maintain that and continue doing that. I just fail to, I haven't made the connection yet, and perhaps I just need more time with it, but I don't see how a $15,000 8-seat or 10-seat, 2-table box is going to support that. I think for $15,000 we can do a hell of a lot better in terms of helping our businesses, you know, certainly by putting more seats for one thing, but just using picnic tables would improve that. And I'm not saying that we should do that, but I definitely want to support our businesses, and I think, you know, by not voting for this, it doesn't mean that we're not supporting the businesses. So that's something I just want to highlight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there needs to be clarification as well. When we talk about pop-up programs, it's on their properties. When we're talking about the parklets are on township property. So we'll be giving up a parking space or two to encourage walking and, you know, that kind of stuff. We want the people on our main roads having a walk, you know, somewhere to sit down. And, you know, some of the businesses are closed, you know, they're curbside, but, you know, somebody's going to get a meal, doesn't have somewhere to sit, you know, it could be difficult. So I think there's opportunities there. It's a little bit of investment, and we see where it goes from there. I think that's the whole point of this. Conseiller Brisson.
Oui, l'autre chose que je fais juste faire sûr que le monde réalise, juste regarder pour la visibilité quand que tu sors des entrées. À Étienne Brûlé, ils ont fait rapetisser son patio parce que ça coupait la visibilité. Là, vous voulez arriver puis mettre devant un autre restaurant dans le chemin une boîte avec un railing que ça va pour 2 tables.
Conseiller Brisson,
s'il y a des compagnies qui veulent, comme des commerces qui veulent nous l'amener pour l'idée, je suis pas contre. Mais avant, trouver les compagnies comme les choses, d'où les mettre avant de me dire on va dépenser 15 000 $, ben 30 000 $, puis qu'on va mettre ça sur le bord du chemin, puis que là, quand que tu passes, faut pas oublier là, que quand c'est des chemins bien passants, c'est déjà tête avec la cote-map, puis quand il y a un char de parquet au bord, c'est déjà tête. Si tu remets une chose de 2 mètres de large, là, c'est quand même 6 pieds, ça met très tête pour les chemins. C'est pour ça que moi, je dis, moi, ma vision, s'il y a quelqu'un qui l'amène, c'est bon, mais amenez-moi la place d'où vous voulez le mettre avant, puis justifiez après ça avec les chemins qu'il n'y a pas de danger à cause de ce pop-up-là quand tu vas sortir des cours. Parce qu'il y en a plusieurs qui ont dit, mais permettez même pas de me stationner à côté de mon commerce parce que quand il arrive pour sortir, il n'est pas capable de le sortir.
So, conseiller Brisson, je pense que c'est exactement ce que conseiller Lorrain demande.
Non, il dit de dépenser l'argent tout de suite. Amène la location.
Better location. Tu penses-tu que le staff, ils vont aller flanquer ça, that it's a traffic hazard? I have a little bit more confidence in the staff of the municipality to use their head and do the job. Obviously, you don't feel that way. You've just blamed staff saying they're going to stick it anywhere. That is not the case. We're asking that they come back with a report. Now, if council doesn't want to have the report, that's fine. We'll vote on it. But I think, you know, it's, I think you have to give some confidence to our staff who know their job, who are aware of the challenges we face on our roads, and simply throwing it out there that they're just going to put it anywhere and have a danger for our residents, I think is a little bit unprofessional. So let's, we've had a lot of discussion on this. If I will ask that we call a vote.
Mike Tarnowski against.
André contre.
Jamie in favor.
Cindy in favor.
So I'm in favor. So that was on the amendment itself. So now we will call for the vote as amended.
Mike Tarnowski against.
André Brisson contre.
Jamie in favor.
Cindy Sauce in favor.
Thank you very much. It is in favor for myself as well, so it is carried. Next item, item J, is the Heritage Conservation District Planning Guidelines for part of Russell Village Report PD 27A 2021. The Council receives Report PD 27A 2021 dated May 17th, 2021, and that Council adopts the Heritage Conservation District Plan and Guidelines, and that Council approves that the implementation will begin only after the appeal period is passed if there are no appeals or once all appeals have been resolved, and that the Heritage Conservation District has been registered with the Ontario Heritage Trust. That council mandates the administration to proceed with the preparation of a CIP program for the Heritage District of the Village of Russell and report back to council for adoption. So I need a mover and a seconder to put it on the table, please. Moved by Councillor Tarnowski, seconded by Councillor Brisson. The HCD is on the table. So I'll start off. I wanted to make a recommendation that I guess at the end of the first paragraph, we state that once all appeals have been resolved and the Heritage Conservation District has been registered with the Ontario Heritage Trust, I will add, and the CIP program for the Heritage District has been approved by council. That way we can make sure that I don't want to find us in a situation where we approve this, the CIP is not approved, and then somebody's in a situation where there needs of an HIA. I think timeline-wise, Madame Tremblay indicated that it should be fine, but I want to make sure that everything is all ready to go at the same time. So I'm proposing that. I don't know if there's a seconder for it or not. That would just guarantee that the CIP can move forward at the same time. Councillor Lorraine, you're seconding it? So,
yes,
yeah, so moved in second so we can have a discussion on that portion.
Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
So does that remove the last line completely with your addition then?
I guess it becomes a little redundant, right? So that maybe what we can do is, so it would be and at the very end, and mandates the administration to proceed with the preparation of CIP program once approved. I don't know if there's a better wording, Madame. I basically want that we're giving direction to the administration to proceed with the CIP plan for the Heritage District, and only once the CIP is approved, that's a condition of the overall implementation. Do you understand, Conseiller Lorraine, what I'm referencing?
Yeah, I think both state, like your piece makes sense to add in there that nothing will be put into place until that has been done. But then I think you need the next paragraph to say, now you're sending staff off to actually create a CIP.
Right.
So I think it has to stay and just include what you've requested. So
okay, that will
makes
just
sense to me.
Okay, so we'll just add in, leave the second paragraph, Madame Camenet-Laflamme, and just the first piece that I added, and that once the CIP is approved by council.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Conseiller Lorraine?
Now the amendment is just for that wording, correct?
That is correct. So that's what we're discussing. We're discussing the wording for this piece.
Okay.
So, I mean, if we vote in favor of this and then people want to vote against the Heritage District, that's fine. It'll be a vote against as amended. That's all it is.
Well, I'll make my comment now. I don't think it's any secret that I have not been in favor of the Heritage District. I understand there's been many people that are in favor, and just as many probably that are not in favor of it. And looking at the report, I still cannot bring myself to approve the entire project. But if it does go through council, then I want to make sure that that line is in there, because I think it's important that nothing proceed without that CIP in place. So that's the reason why I will vote in favor of the amendment, which is why I've agreed to second it. However, I will be voting against the actual HCD.
Okay, thank you very much, Conseiller Lorraine. Any questions on the amendment proposed? So I'll call for the vote on the amendment.
Mike Tarnowski, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosa, yes.
Okay, so the amendment is carried. It is open for other amendments, questions, comments, further discussion. So just to reiterate, Madame Tremblay, if the HCD is not passed, the municipality has no legal recourse or no tools in its toolbox to preserve any heritage type of, you know, somebody could buy 2 houses in the village core, rip them down, build a 5-plex. There would be, you know, nothing to prevent that. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. It would have to meet the zoning, but the heritage conservation for the remaining houses on both sides of that new building would not be considered at all. Concerning the height of what the proposed building is, the distance from the property line and everything else, it would have to only comply with the zoning, and the zoning does not consider any architectural design of the existing remaining 2 houses beside that project.
Right. So essentially there's no tools in the toolbox. This is it. Like it or not, we would receive, like you said in your report, we would receive information, but we would have no legal standing if we were to try and defend that if a developer wanted to challenge us, correct?
Correct.
So we would have to potentially look at making significant changes to the zoning in the area if we wanted to change it heights. Like when we redo our next zoning, we could look at changing the whole category of zone and reducing, putting some barriers there, but that would affect other areas in the municipality, correct?
Correct. So you could have a specific zoning that would limit, let's say, new building in that section to 1.5 story, or it could be more complicated, but it could be done through the zoning, but not as a whole. So I just want to remember that we're talking always with the HCD about buildings, but it's not just about buildings. It's about the width of the road, it's about the tree coverage, it's about the river, it's about the views, it's about the landscaping that we're seeing in that sector. So we're not just protecting the building, we're protecting the bridge, we're protecting the street light, the furniture, the street furniture. So it goes, it's a lot wider than just protecting a building on a house or of a house on one lot. It's about protecting that entire area with everything that it contains in that area.
So I guess my follow-up question would, in your professional opinion, if we did not have an HCD, what is the likelihood that Russell will lose its feel, if you will, with time?
We've received an application and we can't really talk about it, but it's just at the limit of the HCD where 2 houses are going to be demolished and a building was going to be built. And it's sad to see that we've identified this in our strategy plan, in our official plan, that the resident did all identify that as being something important that we need to protect. And this is happening, the pressure is happening, and people are moving in Russell, and you've mentioned it. I had conversation with builders this week, and they're telling me selling a house in Embrun compared to Russell, people are tending to go towards Russell because closer to the highway, obviously, and that 5 minute is something that people are considering, but it's also the feel of Russell, people like it. So are we going to lose it? In my professional opinion, the pressure will come. It will come at one point that we're going to lose it if we're not protecting it. We're offering the right tool to do it. I feel that this tool is being still in a sense that we have leeway. It's not shall, it should, and we're trying to again protect that change that is coming. And I think it's the perfect tool to do it. If we're not there yet, then it's too bad. But I think this is something worth protecting. And on the administration side, we're giving you the tool to do it.
Okay, merci. Councillor Tarnowski and Conseiller Lorrain.
Thank you. In the document on the HDC, it talks about the village character, and that's the one Mr. Mayor, that you're concerned of losing, and I agree with you that that's something important. But if I look at village character in the definition in the HDC, it talks about, you know, that the character is developed through a variety of uses: commercial, residential, institutional, the variety and abundance of social, sporting, and cultural activities, the community spirit, the limited number of sidewalks in residential area, the ceremonial, celebratory, and commemorative elements that incorporate some of these historical events and figures. And so I don't think that it's all or nothing. And so I think that we're not, you know, signing, you know, by not supporting this, that we might be signing the end of Russell, you know, as it is. So I think we have to take that into consideration. I think the other part to it that where I was struggling is the size of the HDC. And if we would have done it in some smaller kind of like building block, and started with a very concentrated area, that might have been simpler to allow residents to see, you know, the impact of that, and the fact that it doesn't have a major impact, as we keep trying to tell them. I think that would have been maybe easier to put it through. The way it is now, at the end of it all, with all the comments and the positives and the negatives that come about it, in the sum total of it, I'm going to have to probably vote against it now.
Thank you, Councillor Tarnowski. Just to confirm, you just made a statement. So in your opinion, you don't think that the HCD will have a major impact. Is that correct? You said.
I don't think I said that.
Yeah, you did. You said
we talked about the
smaller blocks. That way you could have shown people that it doesn't have an impact.
Yeah, now an impact on them, correct, yeah.
Right, so in your opinion, you don't think the HCD has a major impact. I just want to clarify what you were saying.
For the residences? You mean like for the residents that are in the HCD, right?
That's right. Because you said if we had started on a smaller scale, we could have shown people that it's not going to have a major impact.
We could have demonstrated that, yeah.
Right. So
there's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of uncertainty there. That's the problem.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. You, in your opinion, you don't think there is going to be a major impact.
No, I'm sorry if I'm not clear on this. What I'm saying is that by starting smaller, we would have ironed out any kinks and dealt with them on a much smaller scale, instead of trying to convince so many other residents that it's worth it. And so I'm not sure if there were issues or not. There are a lot of unanswered questions. There are a lot of great questions that were answered, but I just don't feel that you know, we're taking some control away from residents that live in that community to benefit the majority of the residents. And so I don't think that we have a plan here that the majority of the residents are kind of putting like, we're impacting a minority of residents, and it would have been easier to make that on a smaller scale and prove to everyone that it works. And I'm not saying that it would work or not, but that would be the opportunity for us, and then build from there.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Madame Tremblay.
Yeah, I just want to mention that when we started this project back in 2015, that was the intent, that we would designate each property under Part 4 in Russell and Ambrim. That's where the consultant started, and we looked at each property, and then council said, and based on the consultant recommendation, that it was not worth it looking at Russell to identify, because there were so many properties that could have the potential of being designated under Part 4. And because we had so much key views and the river and everything else, that's where they looked and they suggested to go with the district. And based on Mr. Tarnowski's comments, if you look at in the plan, it says why the district was identified the way it's done, right? So it says that it's centered on the river and surrounding historic, commercial, and residential old village core, and the intent of protecting key views, streetscape, and first impression when entering in the part of the village. This is the area with the greatest concentration of heritage resources and where substantial feature development pressure can anticipate. So going with smaller, it's the same as when you do a CIP, you're trying to implement a vision, and if you do it in a concentrated, I can't say that word, concentrated way, then it shows better, and you're protecting more. So it was done on a research basis. There were so many district pattern that were established. In the beginning, it was smaller, and then with more researches, it got bigger, and that makes a better impact and a bigger impact when you're doing this way, because you're protecting what needs to be protected. It's based on the age value, it's based on who lived in the houses and the views and the street that we need to cover based on the study that was done by the consultant. So I think it's, if we want to do it, the perfect way to do it is the way that it was identified, because it's based on research and based on data.
Okay, merci beaucoup. Next, Councillor Saucier.
Yeah, merci. Yeah, no, I did a lot of research myself too on this, and like I looked at the 134 other communities, and it was all positive. Everything that and how it impacted the community, how it's helped with tourism, all kinds of things. If you look it up, there's like, why is this good? And I didn't see one negative report on that. So again, like I said before, coming from a town that lost all its history and buildings came down, and Madame Tremblay already indicated 2 are possibly slated to come down, I think we need to preserve the village core and the history of Russell. You'll start losing that history, and then and it won't be the same. So again, I thank you for all the work you and your team has done on this. Okay. And I'm obviously in favor of it.
Thank you, Conseiller Saucier. Sorry, Conseiller Lorraine, go ahead.
That's okay. So I have two additional questions. So the first one is from Madame Tremblay. I believe that in the last report that came to us for second reading, that there was an option that you had presented, which isn't one of the options today, to allow for an opt-in process for the residents who were in favor of some protection. Is that still something that is available or would be available, or is that something that council has to direct on? That's my first question.
Madame Tremblay, was that in regards to the Part 4s?
Yeah, I think if I understand correctly, your question, Monsieur Lorrain, is to have an individual property designation.
Well, I remember in the last report you had mentioned you had a recommendation in there, if I'm not mistaken, to allow for if it didn't pass at the last meeting, that one of the recommendations was to allow for an opt-in program.
I think that was
for that.
Yeah.
Madame Tremblay. I think if I remember well, that was in regards to helping individuals with the process of a Part 4 program.
Yeah.
Which means every individual homeowner would have to put their house as heritage. Obviously, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. It's so basically we talked about it in the last report that if we were not proceed with the HCD district designation under Part 5, we would invite homeowner that wanted to be part of the heritage district and feel that their house is valued to be recognized as being heritage, then we would help them in the process of helping them register the property with the province as a heritage property. The same as what we have. So we already have 2 in the village of Russell. So we have the registry office that is already registered under Part 4, and we have the Warner's building as well that is registered with the province. So when we talk about control, those 2 property owners were probably not even aware of it when it was done, and it was done by the province, that the property are already registered. So those 2 property owners inside the heritage district are regulated under the Part 4 heritage buildings.
Okay. Now, do you need direction to assist, or is it something that we would provide for people if they wanted to, depending on how the vote goes? If it doesn't go through, is that still available? Or is it something that we have to recommend?
Through Mr. Mayor, if you want me to answer that question, I think it's on a voluntary basis. So the homeowner could come. We know some of the property owner on concession that were really in favor of the project and were really excited. So maybe we would probably send a email to our list of distribution or something like that. So I don't know if it's worth an official recommendation, but I think that people that were involved in the project, they know the message and we're open to help them protecting their house.
Okay, that was the first question, Mr. Mayor. The second question that I had, we talked about, you know, it's not just the houses, it's the whole kit and caboodle, if you will. Is there a mechanism in place that allows for the municipality to designate their property within the district as heritage to protect those and not necessarily all of the individually owned houses? To, you know, because there are a lot of people that said they don't want it and they didn't want to be included, but that, you know, and we're saying that we can't protect everything, and it goes to street lights and lamp posts and all that stuff. Well, those are stuff that we own. So is there something that can be done with our stuff outside of doing it for everybody?
Madame Tremblay?
My first answer would be it would defeat the purpose of having the heritage district designated, because again, it's a combination of everything together that makes it so special and so that we wanted to protect. So I don't think it would be a good way of protecting it. But I think the suggestion that we've made as part of this report is to include any future type of proposal and use the report if members of council are going to vote against the heritage district, then we could use the information and suggestion that were provided in the report for future township or county or anything that would move forward included in that proposed HCD that would not be approved. I don't know if that makes sense, but we have recommendation in the reports for street light and bridges and road width and sidewalks and bench furniture on public street and parks. So that could be something, and all the other department head were part of this report as well. So it's something that we could share with them, that they could maybe include that recommendation into their project. But again, it defeats the purpose of what we're trying to achieve here by going by piece here and there instead of having everything protected as one unit.
Okay, merci,
right.
Madame Tremblay. Thank you, Conseil.
Can I follow up on that though?
Yeah, go ahead.
So my last point on that is, would you need an amendment to something to protect that in case this doesn't go through? Or is it something that even if this doesn't go through, that list will be forwarded and you will be taking that into consideration for future development? Because you just mentioned that, you know, I just want to make sure I understand if we need additional amendments or not.
So I think if I understand properly, it's basically this information is shared with staff and council, obviously, and any future staff or council will base their decisions, take that into consideration, but they're not obliged to follow that. Is that correct, Madame Tremblay?
That was one of my recommendation, worst case scenario. Again, I just want to take an example. For example, if we do a new bridge and it says in the HIA, in the HCD that a new bridge, replacement of a bridge would require HIA, I don't think the county and the township would spend that HIA if there's no HCD approved. So I don't mind sharing it, but at which extent are we going to recommend or proceed with what's being proposed in the HCD at this point if it's not regulated in the province?
Because I think an HCD is not only, it's protecting the district from changes and pressures, not only pressures from outside, but pressures from inside. Whereas future councils might not share that same vision and might say, no, you know, house it and everything, you know, everything to the ground and build apartment buildings and, you know, but at least if we had an HCD in place, it'll protect the township from itself in the future. Monsieur Leduc.
Mr. Mayor, I guess my last pitch on this, since the beginning, and that's at least 6 years back, The administration was always clear not to force the adoption of this HCD. And council also said, I don't want to feel pressure to do this. And I think we've done that all along the way. We got all kinds of feedback. We got lots of consultation, lots of rewording. We went from to must to shall, or from shall to should and may, and said all these things. We did that. And as much as I would like to have a unanimous vote supporting this, I know that this is democracy and things might change. But one thing Councillor Tarnowski said tonight, which I would probably ask council to consider deferring, is that he said there are still questions not answered yet. And if that argument is true, I would like to know what these questions are so we can provide council with all information that are still required before making a decision, asking for deferral if that would make any change in the decision and in his point of view. So to me, if there are still issues, information points that need to be gathered or answered to prior to a council vote, please share with me or share with Mrs. Tremblay and defer the vote, and we'll provide an additional B report if we have to, or C and D reports if we have to, so that we can at least make everybody aware of what information is required to make the right decision or a decision. So to me, I'm only sticking to that point where it was mentioned that there might still be some questions out there not answered. And if that's the case, I wish council to defer, tell us what they are, and we'll try to answer them so that whenever we vote, we have full knowledge of the full file. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monsieur Leduc. Clarification, Councillor Tarnowski. So your comment in regards to questions not answered, is it questions not answered to your satisfaction, or is it just you believe that our residents don't have the questions, they don't have the answers they're looking for? So is it you require more information from your point of view?
Yeah, so thank you for the opportunity to clarify. So I think by taking a bite-sized approach, it would allow like people that have concerns that there may be things that come up that they haven't thought of, or that they haven't even thought of, that'll come up, and how is council going to address that? How is that going to be dealt with? What's going to happen to the resident that's in that position? That's the scary part here. If you have your single largest investment being your home, and these residents now are kind of given this new HDC, like there's too much uncertainty, and it's not as much a question that you can say, yeah, this is what's going to happen to me in 4 years, and that's what I'm worried about. Can you answer that? Because we got a lot of residents that did ask those, and we provided good answers to the questions, but there's a lot of still unknown and things that could change from one council to the next. And that's why I think that there is a concern there. So I'm not comfortable moving ahead at such a large scale, which will have such an impact on so many residents. I'm just not comfortable with that.
Okay, so would you like to make an amendment, Councillor Tarnowski, to reduce the size of the HCD to an acceptable size? Do you have a recommendation for that?
Is that an opportunity that we can look at?
Well, Madame Tremblay, if we were to start with a smaller section, HCD, l'HCD peut-tu agrandir avec le temps? It would be going through the whole process time and time again?
Yeah, you could amend it and increase the size. So we did have that inquiry because there was questions about how we amend the HCD, and it was somebody from the ministry that responded to my question, and it basically says that the ministry doesn't have any process on how to amend it, but that's why they suggested the wording that we've included in the section where it says the HCD plan may be amended by bylaw after consultation, circulation to potentially affected property, public meeting, and where applicable, minor administrative and technical amendment may be implemented by resolution by council. So that's where we came up with this. So basically, if somebody wanted to change their evaluation property from a 1 to a 3 or something like that, that we would do this as administrative changes if it's not that considerable of a change from a 3 to a 4, for example, but everything else would be amended by council. So we have the process basically laid out in the plan, that if it was to, I could go back I remember when we started this, it was a smaller area, and then we've increased it based on the extremity of the heritage district that was proposed. The houses that were included were worth including, and then there was question of the McDougall Park, and that's where we extended it on the other side of Craig Street. So we could revisit the HCD, but my question would be, what is the size that it's acceptable? So if we reduce it on like 3 or 4 houses on each side, is that considerable, or is that feasible? Or if somebody's in the middle and doesn't want his house to be included in the HCD, or we can't remove just one house of the full pack. So it depends on what we're looking for here.
Yeah.
So
Go ahead, Councillor Tanoski.
So could it be amended so that it's, say, just the main street, for example, and then the other portions could be added on at a later time?
So when you say Main Street, you mean Castor, Concession, Craig, or is it just Concession? Is the only one you're
Mill,
yeah.
Mill.
Mill? Yeah, I mean, like there's a lot of heritage properties. I think that's why we're looking at this size. I just want to bring us back to 2 points here. Is one of the biggest concerns I read in the notes was, what was the cost going to be to the homeowner? Staff have listened to that, and they've come back with a plan on how to not impact the cost to the homeowner. And I think the other point is, people were worried about who's going to control this. If I submit something and staff don't agree with it, do I have an appeal process? Or, you know, so the application process, ultimately, if the person is not happy with it, it comes back to council every time. And if they don't like what council says, they have an appeal process with the tribunal. So staff have put in place steps that is a very good balance across the board. Are we going to please everybody? Guaranteed we are not. But are we going to potentially sacrifice some very important heritage features in the village of Russell going forward, just because some people were not comfortable, residents were worried about something that might never happen to them because they might never do renovations, they might never, they might never tear down their property. But, somebody who really loves the feel, sells their house, decides to stay in the village, and then all of a sudden that property gets torn down, and it was a heritage value and we didn't protect it. So I know I'm not one who likes to impose things on private property, but in this instance, I'm looking at the bigger picture, and I think this is something worth protecting. That's my thoughts. I don't know if anybody wants to throw in any more amendments, suggestions. Are we ready to vote? Do we want to postpone? Let's if we're looking for specific information that we don't have, now's the time to ask for it. Madame Tremblay? Yeah,
and I just want to mention the uncertainty is kind of worrying me, as Mr. Leduc mentioned, because I think the information was pretty much out there, but I feel that the concern is that the people don't know where to look, and that's why we've issued that quick fact sheet to try to point out where people would tend to not look at, for example. But if you look at section 4, and that I keep repeating myself, and for me, this is my tool where when I'm going to review application, this is where I'm going to go, right? So I think it's important that members of council do understand what, if we decide to approve it, what's entitled in this. And I think most of the worries that people of the resident didn't consider this, and most of what's identified here, they don't even require permits. So most of the HIA is required when it's a new building, when it's a project from the township, it's a road, it's a bridge. So I try to highlight that in the report, but if there's still concern, like for example, if you're changing your doors from your main entrance, you don't need a permit. If you're changing your roof, you don't need a permit unless you significantly change the roof line, which I've never seen done in the township of Russell as a whole. Like like the porch or balcony, you don't need a permit, but you need a building permit, but you don't need a heritage permit. So I think that I've been saying it, we need to be proactive as the township, and I think when people are gonna see it, they're gonna see, okay, it was not that bad, because it's not that bad. People that are scared, as they may have read other HCD that were more strict, we've adapted ours based on the resident comments and based on everybody's comments. So I'm gonna leave it to this. I think I did my pitch enough. I think I'm comfortable with what's being proposed. I think we've answered many questions. There's some residents that are still concerned, but I don't think we're going to address any concern, and there's still going to be concern until they have to apply for a heritage permit, which may never happen.
Okay, merci beaucoup, Madame Tremblay. Conseil Brisson, did you want to speak to the matter?
M'avoir aller en français, des fois, c'est plus fluide.
Oui.
Justement, moi, c'est que je dis, vu que c'est enregistré au gouvernement, c'est enregistré pour longtemps. Puis, pas dans un district. Mais si c'était dans le district, ça voudrait dire que si mes filles voudraient reprendre la maison puis changer de style, d'avoir une nouvelle maison ou de quoi que ce soit dans 20 ans, puis veut pas, ces maisons-là ne rajeunissent pas. Ça fait que là, ça les empêche ou ça a d'autres coûts. Ça ne veut pas dire la fin du monde, pareil. Puis on n'est pas Merrickville ou des choses comme ça. On n'a pas de petits commerces pour attirer le monde pour les petites boutiques et tout ça, puis avec des héritages extrêmement. Ça, c'est mon point de vue. C'est pour ça que vous n'avez pas venu à bout de me convaincre que ça serait bon pour le village qu'à la place de certaines maisons, même s'il y a une histoire, que ça soit remplacé par d'autres belles maisons qui te refait un village plus authentique par après. Ça fait que ça, c'est ma position, que j'aime autant voir de quoi qui est entretenu puis qui est à la mode de l'année ou du centenaire que d'avoir d'autres choses. Puis si quelqu'un veut garder sa vieille maison, il a le choix. Merci.
Okay. Merci, Conseil Brisson. A little confused because if I look back at previous meetings, you were supporting it the whole time, but that's your choice.
No, I know, but I just want to mention that always on the edge. Remember from the first vote, because I thought that they would convince me, but it was not able to convince me. And as I was saying, I just take, for example, my house, and I did see some other houses in Russell that, in my point of view, they might have been as well as having a nice new house and will look as good for the town than some town I've seen that was historical, and that's my point of view.
I think we just have to look within our own township for the
that's
perfect
my
example.
Point of view, Pierre.
Oui.
That's final from my point of view. Thank you.
Je viens de dire, je pense qu'on peut regarder l'exemple parfait dans notre propre municipalité où que en brun, avec les années, les maisons, ils ont changé, ils ont été arrachées. C'était tout le temps du nouveau. Puis on n'a presque pas de bâtisse historique dans le village. Whereas that hasn't happened in Russell. So that's a potential there. Conseiller Lorrain and Madame Tremblay.
Yeah, I find it ironic. Councillor Brisson, I respect what you're saying, and you have every right to say it. But 2 minutes ago, we had a discussion on pop-up parklets, and you didn't want to spend any money on that, because you didn't feel it was necessary and whatnot. Yet, how much did we spend on this program, Mr. Mayor? Over $100,000. And I know that I've said that. I know that I've said that way back when. Understand that when we approve this item, we're also approving the next item, because you're going to want to continue going on. And everyone, and Councillor Chernowski might not have been there at the time when this originally started, but I know Councillor Brisson did. So it was okay to spend over $100,000 to try to convince you, but now you're not convinced about it? Like you were on the fence with over $100,000 of taxpayer money spent on this? At least for me, I've been consistent in the whole time. I find it very curious now that you're against it when we spent all this money on it. Like that, you know, and you were just blasting us for spending money to try and help out some businesses potentially down the road in our community, and yet we wasted potentially all this money trying to convince you. So I find it curious.
Okay, thank you. Madame Tremblay?
Oui, merci, Monsieur le maire. Donc, je voudrais juste peut-être essayer de convaincre Monsieur Brisson. Avec votre commentaire que vous avez fait concernant votre maison, je pense que ça, c'est une des perceptions qui a besoin de changer, c'est que les nouvelles maisons vont avoir de l'air nouvelles, même dans le district. Ils vont juste respecter la hauteur, la distance et puis les maisons qui restent à côté d'eux autres. Donc, c'est pas qu'on empêche le développement, on le manage de la façon que la nouvelle bâtisse va être construite. On est conscient que la nouvelle maison va utiliser du vinyle ou de la nouvelle brique, puis que ça n'aurait pas de l'air d'une maison de 100 ans. Donc, ce qu'on essaie de dire ici, c'est que la perception que les gens doivent reconstruire du vieux parce qu'on démolit du vieux, c'est pas la bonne perception. La perception, c'est que la maison va être aussi proche de la nouvelle, va être aussi proche de la rue que les vieilles. En ce moment, notre règlement de zonage dit que la nouvelle maison doit être à 6 mètres, mais si les deux maisons d'à côté sont proches de la rue parce que c'est des plus vieilles maisons, on voit souvent cette tendance-là, à être à 2 mètres de la rue, bien, la nouvelle va pouvoir être à 2 mètres pour respecter l'enlignement des deux maisons voisines qui ont été désignées dans le héritage. Puis la hauteur va respecter la hauteur des maisons avoisinantes. Mais les matériaux, on s'entend qu'ils vont être nouveaux parce que c'est une nouvelle construction. Fait que c'est important d'avoir la bonne perception avant de mettre, de pas accepter le projet pour pas les bonnes perceptions. Puis la deuxième chose, au niveau du commentaire que vous avez fait au niveau des entreprises, dans le plan stratégique du développement économique, les entreprises dans le village de Russell ont identifié ça comme étant un atout pour eux autres. C'est une des raisons pourquoi ils se sont localisés à cet endroit-là. C'est pour le vieux field de Limoges, de Russell, dans le cœur du village. Donc, c'est quelque chose que quand on a recensé les entreprises de Russell, c'est quelque chose qui a été identifié dans notre plan stratégique de développement économique. Puis l'autre commentaire que je voudrais, on fait souvent référence au CIP pour le HIA. Contrairement à d'autres maisons qui ne sont pas dans le HIA, dans le CIP, on va proposer d'autres programmes de subvention. Donc, les gens qui vont vouloir faire une amélioration de leur façade, so if you want to apply for the improvement home facade, then because you're in the HIA, you'll be entitled to receive money from the township. If you're not in the HIA, you're not receiving money from the, so we're recognizing the fact that we're making our share to invest and make sure that we are involved in the process and helping them financially. So we talked about the program for the CIP to pay for the HIA, but this is one of the programs that will be elaborated in the CIP, but there's many more programs that could be applicable to the HCD program for the CIP.
Okay, merci beaucoup, Madame Tremblay. We're going to take a break because I've drank about 4 or 5 of these. So I think everybody's in the same boat. We've been going for 3.5 hours. So let's come back at exactly 9:30 or 9:25. That'll give us 4 minutes. Merci tout le monde.
That's way too much time, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, just, yeah, I've had a lot of these. Just mute and turn off your cameras, please. welcome back. I think we're just waiting for a few more members to come back. I believe we're just waiting for Conseil Brisson. I'm not sure if you're back. There we go. There we go. Madame Camré-Laflamme, t'es retournée, toi aussi?
Oui, si.
Okay, perfect. So everybody's back. Conseiller Brisson.
Oui, parce que là, tu as demandé mon opinion, mais je me suis fait attaquer après, là. Je veux juste clarifier certaines affaires. Pour commencer, ton commentaire avec Embrun puis Russell, il y en a encore des vieilles maisons à Embrun. C'est juste que c'est le style français, francophone, pas français de France, francophone. C'était des plus petites maisons, tout ça, mais il y en a encore. Tandis que les Russell, c'était style anglais, avec des grosses maisons de pierre, puis tout ça, colonial. Ça fait que ça, c'est un style. Il y en a encore des vieilles maisons en brun aussi, mais qu'ils sont parés à démancher, justement, parce qu'ils n'ont pas de reconnaissance, parce que c'est un autre style qu'il y avait. Puis, j'ai mis, c'était tout bien dit que c'était 100 000 qu'on dépensait là, mais si je rappelle du début, j'étais ambigu de savoir si on l'acceptait ou pas, puis j'ai dit, OK, ils veulent le prouver, je veux écouter qu'est-ce que les citoyens ont à dire. S'ils me disaient, les citoyens, comme toutes les choses, qui m'auraient convaincu, comme dire, tout le monde dit « Ah, c'est la meilleure chose qu'elle peut faire, go ahead », puis tout ça. J'aurais dit « OK, ça se peut, je penche sur cette balance-là ». C'est pour ça que j'ai donné la chance qu'il y ait l'étude qui soit faite, puis que le monde donné leur opinion. Mais il y a bien des opinions que j'ai eues, là, que ça ne m'a pas convaincu du tout. Que ça soit mettre un air conditionné en avant de la maison, sur le côté, à un bloc appartement, puis ils m'ont dit que ça passe pas. Des choses aussi banales que ça. Ça va faire de la chicane, à part de ça, avec des conflits entre les citoyens puis la municipalité, parce que là, on n'aura pas les mêmes points de vue. Ça fait que là, ça, c'est ma décision. Puis lâchez d'essayer de dire « Oui, c'est ça. On a droit à nos opinions. Vous avez droit, toi. » Ça
Il n'y
fait
a jamais personne qui a dit que tu n'avais pas le droit à ton opinion, conseiller Brisson.
Non, c'est juste que de façon que je me suis fait embarquer dessus, là, je n'ai pas vraiment aimé. Moi, j'ai cette position-là, en tout cas. Puis moi, c'est ce que j'ai entendu, puis c'est mon opinion personnelle. C'est comme j'ai mentionné tout à l'heure. Je suis dans une maison centenaire, puis peut-être que j'aurais dû la démancher pour la remettre au style, puis tout bien un autre style au complet, mais ma fille va tout bien faire ça. Ça fait que c'est pour ça que je prends cette possibilité-là de ceux de Russell. Je ne veux pas les limiter d'ici dans 25 ans, que ça ait de l'air d'autre chose. Si le monde veut le changer, correct, ça ne me dérange pas. Je ne me représente pas quand même l'année prochaine. Ça fait que je ne vais pas pour les votes. Je vais pour mon opinion personnelle puis que j'ai entendu du monde. Ça fait que c'est pour ça que je reste avec ma position. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Any other comments, amendments? We have a. I agree with Monsieur Leduc. If there's questions that aren't answered by that members of council need that information to make a decision, I would ask that members of council either ask those questions or make an amendment to defer this item. If you have all the information you need to make a decision, then we can move forward. Councillor Saucier?
Yeah, I was just going to add, we had ample opportunity to attend all these meetings, and I personally attended every one and got my questions answered. So I really sort of feel bad that people didn't do that, and then we're at this point this many years later. I'll make a proposal to defer it to another meeting so people can get their questions answered. But I don't want to see it off the table.
There's a motion to defer by Councillor Associé. Is there a seconder for the motion to defer? Are we dragging this out further?
For the vote. Also on the, it says break pause on the.
It's not shown live, Conseiller Brisson.
Okay, just making sure.
So it's so we have a motion to defer. Do we have a seconder for that motion? So we don't have a seconder. Conseiller Lorrain?
I'll put it on the table. I'll get it put on the table and see if somebody wants to do it.
Okay, so we have a motion to defer. Normally a motion to defer is at a certain date. We can't just leave it open-ended. So Madame Camille Laflamme, that's correct, right? A motion to defer has to have a specific timeline?
Yes, or something, why we're coming back or when or for what, not for forever.
So, yeah, no, that would be a completely different motion to abandon it. So your motion to defer, Councillor Associé, is, I guess, what's the context? Why are you putting it on the table?
Well,
is it so we?
Sorry.
Is it to hear more, give an opportunity to residents to speak to their councillors? Is it to ask? Is there questions we want answered? The information we don't have?
Okay, so what it is our own councillors don't feel like they have enough information. So I'm saying maybe just to get their questions answered or their concerns answered by Madame Tremblay, and then I don't know how long people need, but you know, maybe till the next meeting or 2 meetings. I don't know.
So,
like I just find everybody says there's too many unanswered questions, and like I said, you know, there was how many public meetings and things where these questions were addressed, because that was something that I also witnessed, was people would come forward with a question, you know, I can't change my windows or doors. Like that was such false information, and it was always addressed at those meetings by Madame Tremblay and also by the consultant. So I think there's still like Madame Tremblay said, people are still nervous about it or concerned, when really there's nothing to be concerned about other than, you know, keeping the feel of the village. I think we should be concerned about that, and the buildings will start going down, and new isn't always more attractive. Russell Brick itself has the history there, and from our brick, I mean, we're putting plaques up around town talking about, you know, what we had in this area. So why do we not want to keep what we have? I don't understand it.
That's a good point, Councillor Associé. We're spending money on a historical plaque program, but we're willing to let historical items disappear. Councillor Lorrain.
I'm gonna suggest that we defer till the August meeting. I don't think a week or 2 is gonna get anybody's, if they need any questions answered, that they're gonna be answered that quickly. So I don't think the next meeting is gonna happen, and we don't have any meetings in July. So that gets us out of the stay-at-home order, the emergency order, all of that stuff. If people want to go around and talk to people more, then that's their prerogative. If they want to go and see more information, you know, if we're gonna defer it, then you defer it for a reasonable amount of time to get stuff done. Deferring it to the next meeting, to me, makes absolutely no sense. So I don't mean any disrespect to Councillor Associé. I just think it wouldn't be enough time, I don't think, for people to get their questions answered.
I'm good with that, Councillor Laurent. I'm good with that.
So that I think would be if we're gonna vote to defer it, then that's the time frame that I would suggest to defer it to. Otherwise, we vote against the deferment and vote on it tonight. So.
Okay, so we have a motion or an amendment to defer till the August meeting. That's moved by Councillor Associé, seconded by Conseiller Lorrain. Before I move to councillors, I want staff's opinion. I don't want staff, like, we did this last time. We deferred it. We gave people a certain amount of time. They posed their questions. Staff answered their questions. We have all that information in our report. Are we going to give direction to staff to continue doing this for the next 3 months? Like Monsieur Leduc, Madame Tremblay, this has been a stressful one. I understand that. We've taken every opportunity to give people an opportunity to ask their questions. So I'm not sure what exactly, Monsieur Leduc.
Well, Mr. Mayor, for me, again, I'm going back. This is council's role to decide for the community. The community has been giving lots of chance to provide comments and questions. They have so I'm not looking for another process to solicit more feedback. We've had that twice. It's just for if council are not comfortable in making a decision because they say they have not enough information or have not all the answers answered. I want to make sure before we vote, we provide what's required. If that's not the case, if council feels they have enough and they're willing to vote tonight, then let's vote tonight. But I'm not looking for to have staff to work on this for the next 2 or 3 months. And I'm not asking to get the mandate to solicit more feedback. But I just want to make sure council understands fully if there are preconceptions or if there are misconceptions that we provide answer to this member, any member of council. That's fine with me. But if that's the only thing that's missing, we're willing to do that. But if it's more consultation, I mean, we can always answer emails that we receive and phone calls, but we're not looking forward to get a mandate to solicit more feedback.
Okay, merci, Monsieur Leduc. Members of council, conseiller Brisson, conseiller Tarnowski.
Oui, moi, c'était juste pour dire que personnellement, ça ne sert à rien de délayer la décision. C'est juste que quand il a été mentionné, que certains qui ne savent pas qu'est-ce qui peut arriver, c'est des questions. Oui, mais c'est tout changement. Fait que ça soit avec, on ne sait pas plus si on le passe, il va y avoir des questions. Fait que c'est juste repousser, c'est faire l'autruche de dire qu'on veut le repousser au mois d'août ou n'importe quand. Tout se bien d'avoir le vote tout de suite puis qu'on vive avec. Merci.
Merci. Councillor Tarnowski. T'es muté, conseiller Tarnowski.
Merci. I just want to clarify for Councillor Saucier as well, as I'm not looking for any more information. I would be happy if, I guess I shouldn't say I'm not looking for any more information. If we could start with a smaller HDC and with something that would focus perhaps on the key open spaces and some of the key properties that were outlined in the HDC. Just to demonstrate that it doesn't have a major impact on residents, then we can move forward and expand it in the future. That's the only uncertainty that I have now. If we could have that discussion and look at something where we limit it to Concession Street between Church and I don't know, Mill Street or Castor Street, something like that. If I look right now at the diagram that shows the important buildings, I mean, certainly between Castor and Church Street, we get 2 major open spaces that are considered important, and we get quite a few buildings that are considered important, and maybe that's a starting point. So
okay, thank you, Councillor Tarnowski. So I guess my question would be, are we making the decision, or if, for example, if we took your suggestion, we made it smaller, what happens if the people in that section are the people who are objecting, who don't want it? So are we going to say, are we willing to say to that street, whether you want it or not, we're getting it done? Because the people who aren't happy might be those homeowners. We don't know exactly, we didn't go to a referendum and say, do you want it, do you don't want it, right? And I think that the other important factor is that we all know in politics, you have a vocal minority and you also have a silent majority. And did we hear from everybody on this issue? No. Is there a lot of people that did not engage with us 100%? Now, can we judge were they in favor or not because they didn't engage with us? No, we can't make that determination. But I think it's we were voted in to make decisions, and we make our decisions, and this is democracy. If it passes, it passes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. you know, council as a whole, once this passes, we accept the decision, and that's the role of council. And, you know, we don't go out and bash each other. That's not how this works. You know, that's in our code of conduct and stuff. You know, you're allowed to say, I voted in favor, or I voted against, but you can't take a notch down. You can't try and take council down a notch because the decision was made. That's democracy. So we have a mover and a seconder to for an amendment to defer till August. Councillor Saucier.
Can we hear from Madame Tremblay on her thoughts on that? I mean, I'm okay with making it a little bit smaller, but certainly I think it has to go actually from Craig Street to Church, and then you also want Mill Street in there because that's where most of the brick buildings are. But yeah, I'd like to hear what she thinks, or even about the deferring.
Madame Tremblay.
Sorry, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I think it's only fair that you have some input here, and it's because you've been working on this for so long.
Can I answer with another question? It depends on the result. If you're telling me that we're deferring to look at option and increase the percentage of vote and get this passed, then I'll go for the deferral. If it's tonight and it's not passing, then I would prefer the deferral. So I'm willing to look at a smaller if that's what we're aiming for to get more votes, because I strongly believe that this is the way to go, and I strongly believe that that's how we should manage the Village of Russell. But again, if it's smaller, and there's still people objecting, then I wouldn't want to defer for that either. So I think the most important thing is that we have a list of distribution. The residents we have about 80 people on that list, and those people we're communicating every step of the way. So if that's the way that we want to proceed, then I feel that it would be only better for them that they know where we're going, because I wouldn't want council to be seen as we're pushing this and then people are not aware that it's coming back in August, right? People should be entitled to know when we're expecting to get back and why we're expecting to get back. And if it's to reduce, then we're kind of hoping that the resident would make comments and concern. It's too bad that we didn't have that option before, but like I said, if it's going to increase our chances to get this passed, then I'm willing to defer it to and to look at smaller district. That's for sure.
Okay. Thoughts on Madame Tremblay's comments? Councillor Tarnowski, it was your suggestion. Can you be a little bit more specific? You're muted.
Batting 100 here. So as I mentioned earlier on, I would be comfortable in moving in a direction where we have a small section starting off, and to reassure residents that it doesn't have a major impact. And a few years from now, you know, whenever the time's appropriate, we look at possibly expanding it if there's the value to expand it. And again, I'm going back to saying, you know, on Concession Street from Castor to Church Street, those to me, you know, certainly include the key open space properties, which has a major impact, and some key buildings that are included there. So I think we would, you know, like certainly protect, you know, a core of the village anyways into that field. And I don't know if that's possible or not, but I would definitely entertain that option a lot easier than looking at the size of it at the way it is now.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Tarnowski. I'll throw another thought out there. Election time is next year. If council is hesitant to make this decision, we could always make it a ballot question and let the public at large decide. That is an option. That being said, I'm ready to vote in favor tonight. If I think long term, I think it's worth having. I would rather put it on a ballot question than see it go as a no and then let the population decide. That is another alternative. I believe, Madame Camré-Laflamme, there's certain dates we have in order to have a ballot question put on it. But it might be an education campaign where we put all the information up, and we let people review it and see. Again, it doesn't necessarily affect. It's asking the community as a whole for a certain district, but I don't think there's a way to separate those two. You can't have just the district vote for it in that type of format. Conseiller Laurent?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, I did second the motion to get it on the table so we can have the discussion. The deferment isn't really going to change my mind. 6 years hasn't changed it, and I know some people don't agree with that. Not everyone's going to agree with my decisions, but in my opinion, I thought it was the right decision at the time. I still do, and do I think that what you just put on the table makes sense? You know what? Maybe that does make sense. Why don't we throw that on the ballot? I mean, we're a year out. It's not like we're 4 years out or 3 years out of an election, and the information is still very fresh. And if I'm gauging what's happening here right now, I mean, there was a lot of money spent on this program, and on all the work efforts that were done. So maybe we do take a look at that. And again, I don't know, Madame Camere, whether or not who would actually have the question on the ballot. Is it the entire municipality? Is it the village? Is it certain postal codes? Like I don't know exactly who would vote on it for that question, but that's something that definitely would intrigue me, and I think is something that some of the residents have even suggested when I've spoken to them. So I don't know how we would do that. Whether we would then defer. We would then defer to that and get that done that way. Like I don't know how that process would work from where we are right now.
So, Madame Camré-Laflamme, if we were to, Monsieur Leduc, if we were to defer this till the August meeting, would that be enough time to bring a report to council on how to put this question on the ballot?
It could give you the two options, which would be the HCD reduction and size. What does that mean? And also time to tell you exactly the process. I think it'd be enough time to do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
OK, merci. OK, conseiller Brisson.
Je veux pas mettre une nain, mais il y en a qui m'ont accusé comme quoi que tout à l'heure, qu'on avait dépensé 100 000 $ pour une décision. Là, on dit qu'on va remettre d'autres argent pour faire de quoi. Mais là, on parle de 100 000 $ pour la chose. Puis ça affecte juste une petite région de Russell. Mon point de vue est, faut-tu mettre dessus le bulletin de vote? Qu'est-ce qu'on pense pour le servicing du parc de 417, qu'on a mis 1,8 million comme c'est là, pour un projet de 18 millions pour tout le monde? C'est comme, il faut prendre une décision un peu là aussi pour la chose. S'il ne passe pas, il n'y a rien qui empêche qu'on ne le ramène pas par après non plus. Mais on parle de 100 000 $ qu'on a dépensé là, comme il a dit, pour un petit coin. Si on commence à mettre tout sur la chose des votes, puis que je pense qu'on met tout sur le vote le complexe aussi, à quel mais c'est que, comme conseiller Laurent, comme c'est là, c'est pas en le poussant qui va faire changer mon idée dedans. Puis est-ce qu'on fait juste refaire travailler le monde puis faire coûter de l'argent à ce projet-là?
OK. Merci beaucoup, conseiller Brisson. Je ne pense pas ajouter une question au ballot va coûter un extrême Il y a déjà une élection qui s'en vient. Là, si le conseil sont prêts à voter ce soir, moi, je sais comment que je veux voter. Madame Tremblay, confirmation. Si jamais we turn this down tonight, is it like, and the next council or 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road, they want to bring it back? Do we have to go through the whole process again? Because people could have changed their properties, the evaluations would have to be redone. It would be another. It wouldn't necessarily be starting from scratch, but there would be costs associated. Is that correct?
Through Mr. Mayor, I think you're correct in the sense that it depends how many years down the road that we're looking at it. If it's in 1 or 2 years, I don't see any major change, but then the consultant, yes, they would have to be rehired and look at all the properties and compare the changes if some were demolished. So, for example, we know one that has been demolished last week, and it was in the HCD, but the property owner decided to demolish it before the HCD came into play. So obviously we'll see changes. There's a reason why we're doing this now, because we know the pressure's coming. And we know that there's application coming as well. So that's why, depending on when we're going to revisit, there's going to be an updated report that would have to be done for sure.
Okay.
But it could be brought back by members of council when the new term starts for sure.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so we have a motion to defer it till August. Monsieur Leduc mentioned we could get a little bit more information in regards to possible reduction of the HCD and possible option of putting it as a ballot question. Is that sufficient? I think I see heads nodding. We would be okay with that. So let's vote on the motion itself to defer till August.
Mike Ternowski, yes.
André, no.
I'm gonna vote yes on the deferment, but it doesn't mean that I've changed my mind on it. So
fair enough.
Cindy Sosa, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So the motion is carried. It is deferred. For those who are watching, the residents, engage with your neighbors, engage with your council members. If you're in favor, let us know. If you're against, let us know. If you have questions, reach out to members of council. Madame Tremblay.
Yes, just a last question, just on staff perspective. You're just looking at the district reduction, right? So no other recommendation or?
No, at this point in time, it's a reduction. I think we'll let you come up with possible options as far as reduction goes. And we'll let the clerk's office work on the question of ballot question, how that would work. Everybody's okay with that? Okay, perfect. So that is the last item, I believe, Madame Camelet-Laflamme, des résolutions.
Mr. Mayor, this was just the amendment?
Well, the amendment to defer.
Okay.
So we had the amendment that I proposed to match the CIP with the HCD. That was approved and carried. And now, as amended, it was a motion to defer it till August.
Okay.
Parfait. Okay, so that was resolutions. Item 16, bylaws. Obviously, item A, the Heritage Conservation District bylaw has been deferred. So that's noted. So we'll go with item B. Motion that council approves bylaws 2021-49 to 2021-54 inclusively for first, second, and third reading as listed on the agenda.
I had I had voted no on one of those, right? Yes, number 2.
Number Moisson Street.
North Russell Road.
52. So we'll make an amendment to remove 52. So I need a mover and a seconder to put all the bylaws on the table. Moved by Councillor Chernowski, seconded by Conseiller Lorrain. So Councillor Saucier is making an amendment to remove 2021-052. So do we have a seconder to remove that item? Councillor Chernowski. All in favor of removing that item?
Mike Chernowski, yes.
Andre, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosa, yes.
Okay, so now we're going to vote on everything except item 52, bylaw 2021-52. I'll call for the vote.
Mike Chernowski, oui.
Andre, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosa, yes.
Perfect. Carried. Now we'll vote on 2021-52. I need a mover and a seconder to put it on the table. Moved by Conseiller Brisson, seconded by Conseiller Lorrain. It's on the table. I'll call for the vote.
Mike Chernowski, yes.
Andre, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosa, no.
Item is carried. Merci beaucoup. 17, il n'y en a pas. 18, business presented by council members. Myself, Learn to Connect initiative. I'm bringing forward this idea. I would have brought it forward as a notice of motion, but there's some time restrictions, if you will. We have our new newsletter coming out shortly, and I want to make sure that if council is in agreement that we have something in there. So basically this, I'm not sure if members of council have questions on this. This is just an initiative to try and get the community back socializing late fall or spring next year, depending when this pandemic is over. We're asking for residents to let us know what kind of programming they would like to see done from us, and to see if teachers, you know, that want to share their passions in different variety of subjects are willing to offer it for free. So, you know, by the teacher offering the program for free, residents could take the program for free. All we're doing is coordinating to supply space or grant applications if needed, or you know, talking to businesses, because, you know, we might have a program that's, I don't know, it could be cooking and it's not in our facility, but it's with a local business, or, you know, there's so many opportunities. So I think it's a community engagement exercise. So I'm just looking for feedback from council members, and if we're willing to give the direction to staff to move forward with this kind of initiative. Councillor Chernowski.
I think it's a fantastic initiative, and I think just to clarify though, we're looking for subject matter experts, not necessarily teachers, right? They cannot be teachers, right? Okay, I totally support it. I think it's a fantastic idea, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? I see thumbs up. I see nods. Okay. Monsieur Leduc, we talked about this. Is there any specific direction you need from council for this?
Not necessarily, although we do want to make sure that this is coordinated with our regular programming. This could have a small impact on some revenues potentially, although it could be deferring to next year, since maybe some interest will be generated to create more programming, so that could be also positive over time. But it has to be coordinated so that we don't lose out neither on our program. We have some concerns that this might kill some programming, but we hope that doesn't do that effect. But certainly understanding that we're coming out of COVID and people will be looking for things to do, so we understand that that's the situation now, and hoping that that's going to launch our programming even more in the future.
Okay, merci, Monsieur Leduc. So essentially, timeline, we'll have something in the newsletter. We'll have a web page set up and a survey for residents to share their thoughts, whether they'd be willing to take a program or something they're interested in, or subject matter experts that's willing to donate their time. I think, you know, from our perspective, we have a lot of connections in the community. You know, we should be pushing this to our social organizations, to our contacts. You know, Russell Township's known as a community that cares, and, you know, it's been hard on everybody. So this is a great opportunity to try and get these people back out socializing and working together. So merci beaucoup tout le monde pour le support là-dessus. Puis Monsieur Leduc, on va continuer à travailler là-dessus. Prochain item, item 19, we already took care of. Item 20, closed session. Motion to move into closed session meeting at the hour of 10 p.m. to address matters pertaining to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001, SO 2001, Chapter 25, to consider matters relating to 1. Update on the lease renewal in Embrun, verbal report. Under Section 2C, a proposer pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. Section 2F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Item 2, lease renewal in Embrun, verbal report. Section 2C, a proposer pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. Item 3, lease renewal in Embrun, verbal report. Section 2C, a proposer pending acquisition of or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. Item 4, identifiable individual, verbal report. Section 2B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. And item 5, closed session minutes of the regular council meeting dated May 3rd, 2021. Need a mover and a seconder to go into closed session, please. Moved by Conseiller Lorrain, seconded by Conseiller Brisson. Thank you everyone who was watching this evening. We're going into closed session. We'll have our discussions and we'll report out of closed sessions. If you decide to stick around, fantastic. If not, have yourselves a great evening, a great week. It's supposed to be very nice. Merci beaucoup. And we'll, Madame Cameron Laflamme.
We need the vote on that one.
Ah, yes. I'm too quick tonight. Okay, so we have a mover and seconder. Call for the vote to go into closed session.
Mike Chernosky, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy So say yes.
We're now in closed session. Thank you very much, everyone. I was muted. We're just waiting for Councillor Saucier. We'll give it a minute, and if she doesn't log on, she might have some computer issues. Perhaps, Madame Laflamme, we'll just start off with the report out of closed session.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So we're reconvening at 11:10. For the first three items, council was briefed on the subject and a direction was given to staff on how to proceed. Number 4, council was briefed on the subject. And number 5, the closed session minutes of the regular council meeting dated May 3rd, 2021 were presented and adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. Item 21, confirming bylaw, that bylaw 2021-055. 055 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council of the corporation of the township of Russell at its regular council meeting held on May 17, 2021 be read a first, second, and third time and passed. Need a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Tarnowski, seconded by Conseiller Brisson. All those in favor?
Mike Tarnowski, yes.
Andre, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Perfect. It is carried. So our next meeting of council will be held on Monday, June 7th, 2021. We are adjourned at 11:11 p.m. Monsieur Leduc, tu voulais dire quelque chose?
Yeah, I think we'll be sending council members a request for an early meeting on June 7th. There is a consultation requirement under the DC review exercise. So we wish to have, I think, from the 5 to 6 hour meeting for the DC review. So Joanne will be sending you a notice, but I just want to make sure that you know ahead of time so that this could be possible for you to attend.
Okay, so we'll be having an earlier start to the meeting and just dealing with that one subject for the hour.
If we don't have quorum, then we'll start at 6 and then finish at 11.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Madame Camelet-Laflamme.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I forgot to mention also that a resolution was adopted in closed session so that we suspend the rules of procedure to continue beyond 11 to continue the meeting. So this will be noted in the minutes, but just to say it was adopted in closed session.
All right. Perfect. Thank you very much. 11:13 p.m. Bonne soirée tout le monde.
Bonsoir.
Thank you.